Hello, everybody, and welcome to your favorite dissection debate channel. I'm Mark Reed Atheism. With me is my wonderful host, Better Than Ember. Ember, how are you? We had a break last week because of was it NanoCon? NanoCon?
NanoCon, yes. Yep.
Yeah. So you got to go because you are in the same hemisphere and human shaped, apparently. So how
Sometimes,
was it?
yes.
Sometimes,
It,
only
it was
occasionally. I got you.
it was very interesting. I mean, there's ups and downs, of course.
Mm-hmm.
That part of the United States is not exactly safe for people like me these days, but it's
Where is it?
fascinating.
It's in is it Alabama or Kentucky or one of those states? It's in a weird state. I can't remember which one.
This one was Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
I know it was one of those states that make moonshine. Okay. I knew it was one of
fair
them.
enough.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in the middle on the backside of the mountains,
Fair enough.
that
Fair
sort of
enough.
thing. It was near Nashville. I was extra worried because they just put a whole bunch new anti-trans laws into effect in Tennessee.
Oof. Right.
Yeah, but the venue has like
Hmm.
multiple out trans people on staff, and I'm like, okay, I
Okay.
feel a little better now.
Yep. Yep. Wow, I'm glad that there is some support for the trans community, even if it is the trans community. Why do you hassle people? Like, why not just let them live their lives? What business is it of yours? I just don't understand, and I hate that your people and people are being vilified for no reason other than, hey, we can get people on board with this prejudice and bigotry. It sucks. It sucks, but there's not a lot I can
Mhm.
do about it. I guess there's not a lot really anyone can do about it. It's just except speak up and but it's nice that you're living your life in without fear of that kind of stuff. It's very nice, but yeah, I worry. I really do. I really worry. I don't understand why it's any of anybody's concern though. I really don't. I really don't.
Yeah, it's messy. It's not. I mean,
Mm,
it's the same as any other prejudice, right? Like, why did people care so much about not allowing African Americans to,
right.
live where they wanted or work where they
Yeah.
wanted or any of that stuff. It's
Yep.
there's a number of factors. Some of it is fear of different people. Some of it is attempts at social and political control. Some of it is just people bought into a narrative. Half the time, it's a holy book. Oh, well, the Bible doesn't
That's true.
actually say anything about race, but some people take it that way. They'll take
Oh yeah.
passages.
Yeah, oh
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, that curse of Ham thing got spread round, and the Bible in no way actually says that black people are the result of the curse of Ham. Like, never actually says that, but hey, let's pretend like it says that anyway, because it backs up my, previously existing bigotry. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People get sucked into one narrative or another, and
Mm.
then they defend the narrative because well, that's nuance too. But to sum it up and not make this whole show about that,
Yeah.
they'd rather be righteous than accept the possibility of being wrong.
That's a good quote. I like that. That applies to so many things I've heard of them. I was talking about my last debate on my member stream because I did take a break for a couple of weeks. So yeah, I don't know. I was getting on the verge of burnout, and I was I'm just going through a bit of a tough time. So I took a break to save my mental health, and
Hell yeah.
but somebody sent me a my opponent sort of reviewing my last debate performance, and it was actually really funny because he said, and I thought about maybe I should do a short about it or something, because they basically said, that Mark guy, the problem is he's too educated, and I have never been leveraged with you know too much about the subject, therefore you're wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's just I like my brain actually went, what? Like, you're too educated. You know too much about this.
How
Let's listen
dare
to the
you know
people.
things?
who know nothing about it. Like, yeah, I went, wow. But I have really, and I do have to make a plug here. I have to really, I've been getting into the trying to set up debates with a guy that I know who's a producer. He works with Skeptic Haven, so we started up a new one there of um, something called the Thought Experiment. So I'm going to give a big plug for the Thought Experiment. I'm really trying to get debates up and running there because I think there are a ton of varied and arrayed religious debate channels, but not a ton of atheist ones. Not a lot run by atheists. So I really want to get that up and running, kind of thing. But yeah, that was interesting. That was an interesting debate. It was very, very interesting. And the other thing that was leveraged against me, and mind you, the guy that I debated against said the problem is I'm too educated. His other friends sort of said, oh, he lured you into that debate. He lured you in trying to make you look stupid. And it's like,
It's a trap.
I well, and the weird thing was, it was just like Big Bad Mama, friend of the channel, awesome guy. Big Bad Mama, fantastic. Came and said, "Hey, there's a guy who wants to debate evolution," and I sent him an email saying, "Hello, my name's Mark Reed. Would you like to have a debate on? I heard that you wanted to debate evolution, and I'm looking for people to debate. Would you like to?" That's apparently me conning him into debating me, so it's just I I don't know. It's very weird kind of thing. Yeah, but his friends weren't
No
particularly nice to the guy.
conversation without ill intent. If he does
Right,
badly,
right.
well, it was a trap because you're bad faith. All that. It's sour
Yeah,
grapes. It's nonsense. We get a
I
lot
know,
of that
I
from
know.
all sorts. But it's interesting that you mention a person having a problem with someone knowing things, given the topic of today's debate.
Right, right. So the topic of today's debate, good segue too. That was silky smooth, smooth as my head. Um, So this was the Great Debate. It's God, Suffering, and Evil. Dinesh D'Souza versus Bart Ehrman. Now, one of these people is a pretty world-renowned biblical scholar, theologian, and philosopher, and one is not. And I'll leave it to you to figure out which one is which. I'm not going to spoil it for you. No, wait, I'll spoil it. D'Souza is not a biblical scholar or theologian or world-renowned philosopher at all. He's a
What does he do again, aside from lie about mules or something?
yes, that's basically what. So he is, so D'Souza's a weird one because he's basically a political shill in my opinion. He really, I mean, he presents himself as a sort of an expert on various topics, social topics, but he really does just make political videos for sort of right wing. He's a right wing think tank guy, basically. I don't know. D'Souza's a bit weird because, like, he's a for a start, he's definitely a didn't he get imprisoned and then pardoned afterwards? Didn't he get imprisoned for election fraud or something? Like he got imprisoned for something, and
Yeah,
then
I
pardoned
remember him
afterwards.
going to prison. The last time we covered him, we I can't remember the details though. It was something like he donated too much to one candidate, or I forget.
Yeah, so he pled guilty in May 2014 to campaign finance fraud for using straw donors, which is sort of, funneling money through various people to illegally donate $20,000 to a 2012 US Senate campaign. So basically, he gave money to a lot of different people to keep under the cap. And in doing so, he was sort of circumventing campaign finance laws. He was pardoned by, Donald Trump, but
Of
he
course.
pled guilty to it. But um, Yeah. Ugh. So yeah, but he was the one who also did the Thousand Mules or whatever, where he basically got publicly available cell phone data and then decided for no apparent reason that if the cell phones were around the sort of the counting places, they must have been moving ballots around for no apparent reason whatsoever, right? Like I
Conspiracy theories, they
yeah.
kind of definitionally don't make sense.
But this sort of, but I think that it really does show the sort of people that are around this man, because he made the Thousand Mules, and that obviously pleased Donald Trump, because his apparently number one fixation in this world is the the what was it, 2020 election or whatever, the one against Biden that he quite honestly lost. He absolutely lost that election, but claims that he won and it was rigged. Still, to
Right.
this
It was
day.
the one that he was in charge of was the rigged one.
Yes.
It was the one that Obama ran, that was fine because he won. The one that Biden ran was fine because he won. But the one that he ran, that was rigged.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. It was the one that he called up the Georgia governor and asked him to find votes for him. Like literally rang him up, and it was also the one where people sent in a slate of fake electors. Like the state hadn't chosen, and people were prosecuted for sending in a slate of fake electors in order to get Donald Trump elected. I believe that they were pardoned for that as well. But that was the fake elector scheme.
He pardoned the insurrectionists that he sent to go storm the Capitol.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't he pardon fake electors?
Yeah, so let's see. I think Rudy Giuliani was in on it. There was a whole bunch of people actually, but Sidney Powell, that's who I was thinking of, yes. So yeah, that is insane that they would send in like just fake. Anyway, we're getting way off topic, but this is the kind of circles that he runs in, and he's going up against somebody who has studied the Bible all of their life. They are very trained in theology. Bart Ehrman is trained in theology. He's got a degree in theology, I believe, and he's no slouch when it comes to philosophy as well. And you're basically discussing the problem of evil, like Christianity's number one problem. Like it far outstrips any other issue that philosophical issue. I mean, social issue is another story, but philosophical issue. The problem of evil is probably the biggest problem for Christianity, or at least classical theism. So I don't know how this is going to go, but holy crap, he's biting off a lot more than he can chew. Now, this is quite an old one. It only went up like a few months ago, kind of thing, like December, I think. So maybe 7 months ago. But it's back from 2012, apparently, which I think is about the time that Dinesh got arrested. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that out again. So maybe the title is God, Suffering and Evil, and Dinesh goes on to prove it by getting arrested. Why not? But starting off is Bart Ehrman. Have I forgotten anything while I'm here? I've been off for a couple of weeks, so I feel like I'm a baby at this stuff again.
It's all good. The actual proposition is I know you said it, but there's a lot going on today.
The proposition is God, suffering, and evil. I don't know what that means, but I think it's like, is the problem of evil. I think that I'm want to do something of the same because it's a really big thing. I'm talking with a guy at the moment. Actually, Robin's helping me out with that one. To sort of say, is the problem of evil a defeater for Christianity, or is evil a problem for Christianity, kind of thing? So I imagine it's about the same thing. So it's basically, does the problem of evil invalidate Christianity, or is it a problem for Christianity? Yeah.
I dare say, but that's just me. I mean, okay, in fairness, it's only Nicene Christianity, like other forms of Christianity that are based on the Bible instead of wishful thinking, not so
Yes.
much, because the
Yeah.
Bible is very clear that God has lots of limits, like iron chariots
Mm-hmm.
and things. So evil existing, he can't necessarily do anything about it. Also, while you were talking, I looked real quick. Bart Ehrman's PhD is in shoot, I was just looking right at it.
That's okay.
New,
I
New
understand. It's early
Testament,
here.
yes, New Testament and early Christianity.
Right. Right. That's his PhD, which is more a history one, but I believe he's got another degree. Hang on a second.
Yeah, he
So,
also has a master's in divinity. Both from
yeah, there you go.
both that
Yeah.
and the PhD are from Princeton's Theological Seminary.
Yes. So one's more about the historicity and the, history of the Bible, history of Christianity, history of the religion, and the other one is on, you know, the actual theological stuff. So divinity will be the sort of the philosophy of that religion, kind of thing. So he's no slouch when it comes to either the history of the biblical texts and where they come from, or the implementation of the theology and problems that arise within it. So, either way. And Dinesh, I'm glad he wore a tie. He has had something going for him, like, seriously. I don't like, this is no, don't get me wrong, I don't blame Bart Ehrman. This is punching down. Like, Dinesh D'Souza is terrible at the best of times, and he's going up against somebody who I wouldn't debate on biblical history at all in any way. I really won't. Because Bart Ehrman is way above my league. It'd be like, debating Dr. Kip on it. It's just like, you're going to get trounced, right? Like, the man knows way more than you do.
Mm-hmm.
Is it God suffering? Yeah, good point. Good point. A comma can change everything, can't it? Yeah, so it's God, suffering, and evil. I don't think it's about God suffering and evil. I'm not sure that God suffers anywhere in the Bible.
If you had an all-powerful being who was also suffering, that could turn him pretty evil.
That's true. That's true. People do evil things when they have suffered a lot. Yeah. What's the phrase? Hurt people. Maybe God's just misunderstood. Maybe he's been tragically hurt and just passing that on to everybody else. Maybe.
I mean, he's been rejected by all the other gods. Okay, in fairness, he kind of did that himself, as he says in the Old Testament. He's a very jealous God, and so he doesn't play nice with the other gods.
Yeah, I think that's a him issue. Why is he jealous? Maybe he got hurt by Ashira. Maybe Ashira passed him up for El.
She broke up with his girlfriend.
Girlfriend, yeah. Okay, no. Let's get this started. Let's go.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction and that warm welcome. Dinesh and I have had this debate on 2 other occasions. The first time was actually on my home turf at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where we had a nice large audience. And
really, Dinesh went to a university to debate, and they let him in. Okay.
Bart taught at Chapel Hill, and he may have been teaching at this time since it was so many years ago.
Right. Does he have any sort of tertiary education at all? Just wondering. It's not a great big deal. I'm not hassling him for it. Just usually, graduated from Dartmouth College.
Bachelor
Policy
of Arts in English. I remember that now.
Okay, yeah. Bachelor of Arts in English. Fair enough. He was a policy advisor in the Reagan administration. Why do I
Of
think
course.
that? He was president of King College, a Christian school in New York City, until he resigned after an alleged adultery scandal after he shared a hotel room with a woman he referred to as his fiancée. Both were married but had separated from their respective spouses. Oh dear. Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh. Christian being unfaithful? No, never happens. Never happens.
We had the debate, and afterwards, Dinesh doesn't know this, I don't think. We were out signing books, and one of my my wife was standing next to me while we were signing books, and one of my graduate students came up to me and he said, "Oh man," he said, I really think you won that debate." My wife leans over and says, "Nah, I don't think so."
Are they trying to zoom in on his wife? Like, is this a wow? Okay. All
I
right, whatever.
have no idea. Maybe it's just a crowd reaction.
Maybe because they have it out of focus if they are. So it seems to be like hitting this guy in the front. Anyway.
Thanks, dear. And so it goes. So we're debating the probably the biggest problem that people have to deal with, the problem of why there's suffering in the world.
So Bart Ehrman, he's come a long way in terms of his debate presentation and stuff. I remember him early on. He wasn't that convincing a speaker, whereas Dinesh D'Souza has always been kind of let's say a stage hog. He really does like to be up and presenting, and he's not bad at it, right? It's just Bart Ehrman's got a lot better at sort of stage presentation kind of thing, and how he carries himself during the debate. And, like, credit to him. He's done really well. I think he's very, very convincing, very good, very earnest. But D'Souza's always been, like those sort of, like Kent Hovind's always had a good stage presence kind of thing. Like, it seems con men just have it come naturally to them. Whereas I think that Bart Ehrman in his early days was a bit drier and sort of would ramble a little bit, which is typical of academics, because they're used to talking to people who have the same level of interest in the subject that they do. But if one thing I have learned is that you have to speak to the audience you have, not the audience you want. You know what I mean? Like you have to. You can't just talk about go in there and talk dry, philosophical, commentary if you've just got an audience of people that haven't really read up on it and haven't really studied it. It's just not going to go well for you. But in his credit, he's come a long way since then.
Specifically, why is there suffering in the world if there's a God who is, in any sense, in control of this world? I started thinking about this question a long time ago, probably all the way back in high school when I became a born-again Christian. I read a lot about it. I thought about a lot about it. It didn't really affect my faith too much when I was young. By a somewhat circuitous route, I ended up at Princeton Theological Seminary, where I studied for the ministry. And while studying for ministry at Princeton Seminary, I started pastoring the Princeton Baptist Church in Princeton, New Jersey.
No, Aunt Jo, it was Dinesh that was advisor to Reagan. I don't know what Bart Ehrman would advise Reagan on, I don't know.
Bible stuff? I mean, he hung out with Jerry Falwell, so he wasn't that interested in what the Bible actually said, just how it could be weaponized for politics. But
Right. Which is what Dinesh D'Souza does as well, is weaponize the Bible for politics, essentially. Yeah, so I think that, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, D'Souza, I don't know what he would be advising on. As a I think he's just a right-wing pundit, but hey, I think that Reagan was surrounded by them. It's weird. Republicans seem to love decrepit old men to lead their governments. I don't know what it is about them. Probably because they can get away with doing whatever they want in the background, I would imagine.
At the same time, I became an adjunct professor at Rutgers University. At Rutgers, my department chair asked me to teach a course called The Problem of Suffering in the Biblical Traditions. And I thought, well, that'd be an interesting course to teach, because a lot of the authors of the Bible, in fact, are struggling with the question of why they're suffering given their views of God. And I thought this would be an interesting way to introduce students both to the range of biblical literature and also to the range of answers to why they're suffering in the world. The way I set up the class was by dealing with the traditional philosophical problem of suffering. The traditional philosophical problem is that there are three statements that are usually affirmed by most people in the Judeo-Christian tradition. Individually, these statements are affirmed, but when you put the three together, there seems to be a contradiction in there someplace. The first statement is that God is all loving. So if God is all loving, then he wants the best for people. The second statement is that God is all powerful. Well, if God's all powerful, then he can do what is necessary in order to make things good for people. So God is all loving, so he wants the best for people. He's all powerful, so he can give the best to people. And the third statement is, there is suffering.
Yeah, well, there's also, I mean, I'll nitpick, there's omniscience as well. So you can't claim that God doesn't know about suffering, right? Because if he knows everything, then he must know that people are suffering, that they're going through horrendous pain and torment kind of thing, right? Like, there is a third one to that, a third out. Because you can, A, claim that he's got no power to change things, he's not omnipotent. Secondly, you can claim that he's not omnibenevolent, that you know, he just goes, well, I'm going to implement some evil things, I don't care, which sort of violates the omnibenevolence. But you could argue, well, he's not omniscient, so he doesn't know they're going on. Like, they're all happening behind his back, which seems to be in alignment with some of the stuff in the Old Testament, where he has to find out what's going on in a city, or, you know, send angels to check on things, and who knows why, if he's omniscient. That's a mystery, but, you know, so that is the other out for them.
How do you explain the three simultaneously? Well, there are various ways to get around the problem. One way of getting around the problem is by denying one of the three statements. And so there are people who would deny that God is loving. And people who think that, in fact, there is a divine being, but he's not, in any sense, anything loving the way we might think of as loving. I don't know too many people who take that line, but there are some. Some people deny the second clause, that God is all powerful. Now, the people who say God is all powerful, they don't mean that God can do absolutely everything. I mean, they don't, you know, it's not that they're saying that God can make the square root of 9 be 4. So it's not that he's all powerful in that, but anything that is.
Yeah, so Barnum, he's not doing a great job of explaining this here. So basically what he's saying is that God can do anything that's not logically contradictory. Because, and the reason why they give that out is because anything that's logically contradictory doesn't exist, right? So they have to believe it exists, so it can't be logically contradictory, but they want to assign the ability to do anything kind of thing. So they basically will say, well, God is omnipotent as long as that falls within logic, because they damn well know that things that are logically contradictory don't exist, right? They can't exist. If they basically defy logic.
Or our logic is wrong. It has happened in the past. That's how we got the logic we have, is when we found contradictions. But yes, the point is, a contradiction cannot exist in reality, even if it's only a logical contradiction.
Well, I had that conversation recently over on, I think it was Missing Mods channel I dropped into. Found this very hostile guy, and he sort of said, "Well, God can be three things and one thing." You know, it was about the Trinity,
Mhm.
and I sort of said, "Well, that's sort of breaking the law of non-contradiction or excluded middle, depending on how you're
And
arguing it." So,
identity, like all of them.
well, yeah, kind of identity, yes. But he's sort of maintained, yes, it's breaking it, but, God can do that because it's a spiritual thing and not a physical thing. Um, and so, um, in a spiritual realm, and I'm like, yeah, but there's a problem there because if you're denying the law of identity, or like basically the law of identity is saying that, say, it identifies things in the way that you assign properties to describe them, right? So if I say, hey, my coffee cup, this is a coffee cup because it is made of ceramic, has a handle, is a sort of cylindrical object with a base that holds. You know what I mean? Like, this is how we identify things. So he's basically saying, well, that doesn't apply. So, that description could apply equally to a coffee cup and a pig. You know what I mean? Like, it just, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Things become incoherent.
Words don't mean words.
Words don't mean words. And things, like, just because a god is a certain thing doesn't make it a god. Like, it becomes nonsensical. So he started to, and I'm saying, well, you're assigning these traits to a god, like these identifying things to a god, but you'll say it's not bound by the law of identity. So you're basically saying, hey, the law of identity doesn't apply, but I am having all of these attributes and applying it to them using the law of identity. So basically, I pointed out that it's completely incoherent because he's trying to assign attributes and properties to something that he's saying has none. So, it becomes nonsensical, completely nonsensical. So, yeah.
Well, if spiritual identities don't have to follow the rules of logic, then can any of
Right.
us just spiritually identify as God?
Yes, absolutely. Anything can. That's the thing. If you break down the law of identity, then it is completely valid to say that what I described as my coffee cup, that is God. Like, there's nothing stopping it because, you may say, oh, but a god needs to be, at least powerful enough to alter the natural laws of the universe, kind of thing. And you're like, well, the law of identity doesn't apply. If the law of identity doesn't apply, then, anything can be God. Like, it becomes nonsensical. It really does, But he basically was debunking himself by trying to assign properties to a god that he first says doesn't have the law of identity applying. So that was a really interesting conversation. But yeah, there's a lot of these kind of, weird stuff happening. Sorry, tangents in the chat. Tangents in the chat. My
Never
apologies.
happened. I don't know
Never
what you're
happened.
talking.
No.
That is not a logical or mathematical contradiction God can do. And there are people who deny that. For example, the best-selling book on this problem is by Rabbi Harold Kushner, a book called When Bad Things Happen to Good People, that many of you have read. And Kushner's line is basically that God wishes he could help you in your suffering. He would love to help you in your suffering, but he can't help you in your suffering. His hands are tied. And so God, in this view, ends up not being omnipotent. And I must say, when I read the book, when I was teaching this class, I used it for my course at Rutgers. And when I read the book, it made me think God was more like my mother than God. I mean, it's like he really wished he could help, but there's not much he could do. My students didn't like much.
It's a good point. Like, what is hampering an omnipotent God? Like you say, iron chariots. I don't know. It's wild, right? He wishes he could. Like, what does a god want that is not instantly available to him in some way? You know what I mean? Like, not to do with human will, but to do with the circumstances of things. So you might say, hey, you can't violate, human free will, but if a god doesn't want there to be, I don't know, bushfires that or forest fires that kill people, like, why is that still there? Why is the option not available to this god? It's weird, right? Like, because presumably God could stop it and it would be a triviality to do so. Like, why cancer? If a God does not want cancer to be there, what is stopping him from just stopping cells metastasizing? What could possibly be stopping him?
Yeah, why didn't he, design cancer-proof DNA? Elephants have certain attributes in their epidermal cells that help protect. I forget if it's a protein that like rebuilds DNA or
Okay.
a pigment that shields against certain types of UV. I forget exactly what the mechanism is, but elephants do have a cancer-resistant element in their
Right.
skin. And like, why don't humans, like we could just not have cancer. We could do that.
Well, we do as well. I mean, we produce melanin that darkens our skin that helps, block UV radiation, right? And, but like, as a white person, I know there's only a certain amount I can tan. You know what I mean? Like, I will not produce the same amount of melanin that a black person will because of evolution. Like, they are evolved and for a certain environment, and so were my ancestors. I don't produce as much. That's just a fact of biology. Like, why couldn't it be that humans can just instantly change their skin color to, stop melanomas? Like, it's weird, right? Like, a god's hands are tied by what? Like, what is putting a limit on this power? I don't know. It's wild.
Like the book either. They started calling it When Bad Books Are Written by Good People. But I reread the book. It's actually a very good book. And it's a terrific book in many ways, and it's been helpful to a lot of people. But he denies that God is omnipotent. And there are other people who deny that there's any suffering in the world. Luckily, they are not in the majority among us. So anyway.
So I read this thing. I saw this thing on YouTube. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but apparently the Japanese have found a bacteria within tree frogs that they've injected into tumors in mice or lab rats to get the body to attack the tumors because it can't recognize the tumors, but it can recognize the bacteria, and apparently, like, it'll wipe the entire thing out. As it realizes that it shouldn't be there. So I think that, for all that God wants us to be well and healthy, apparently Japanese scientists definitely more powerful than God, apparently. That's a really big deal. Yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said it's a neat hack. A little workaround. American researchers, I don't know how much you know about, because we're not publishing our health data anymore or whatever.
Yeah,
but
I know.
my uncle was involved in a research project where what they did is they would sequence the cancer patient's genome, and then they would create a retrovirus that was keyed to basically nuke anything that didn't match that genome. So the retrovirus would go into every cell in your body, scan your genes, and if it found a mismatch, it would just like tear apart your chromatin.
Fair enough.
The idea being it would shred the cancer cells and leave your healthy tissue alone for the most part. I mean, everybody has anomalies. You're going to lose some tissue, but when you're in terminal cancer, whatever, kill the cancer,
Just make sure that the person isn't pregnant.
Well, yes.
That would be bad. Yeah. Look, I think that sort of it's coming along, and we're getting, sort of better and better kind of stuff. I just love that they got this bacteria out of a Japanese tree frog. I think that's incredibly cute. But
it gives us all kinds of goodies.
Yeah. But I think that I use this analogy when it comes to Jesus healing the leper, and it's like we basically sort of, modern hygiene and antibiotics and things like that, we basically have eliminated leprosy. So Jesus cured one dude, we basically prevented leprosy in everybody. Why couldn't God do that? I mean, if we can do it, why can't God do it? We eliminated polio through vaccines. If we did that, why couldn't God do that? We essentially eliminated smallpox as well, but I've heard that might come back, which is not great. Not great.
Yeah,
Your
there's
oncologist didn't mention it. Oh no, Tommy, it's only it's not even in human trials, mate. It's just done in rats. So, rats, not people. I only heard about this like yesterday, and it hasn't even gone through human trials. We can't just launch something out because it works on rats, unfortunately.
right. We're going very, very slow with this stuff because I mean anything
Yeah.
that could interfaces with cancer could make it much, much worse. And
Oh yeah.
having just super cancer,
Yeah. And this isn't the American system under. Oh, you're talking about something else. All right. No, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's not the American system under. The American system under Robert Kennedy is just so fucked. Like seriously. I mean, I saw him in an interview the other day. He sort of said, like they said, oh, the rates of measles has gone through the roof, and he said, oh, it's higher in Canada. It's like, what the hell does that matter? You know what I mean? Like, you're the one proponent that is sort of pushing back against vaccines. Measles has gone through. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, antitrust in vaccines and medicine has been growing all around the world. Yeah, but that doesn't like absolve you from being one of the people to push against the measles vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Like the MMR vaccine. He always has done that and continued to do that even as the chief medical officer in the United States. And so, any sort of collapse in the medical status of the US has got to be in his ballcourt, but really he's pointing to other countries and saying, oh, they're going badly too. So fucking what? Like, holy crap.
Now that you've helped get the disease back out there, oh, it's spreading. Imagine that.
No, look, I'm not going to say that the US is the only place with people that have distrust. Like in Australia, we had a measles outbreak down south, which like south of me, where there are a lot of country towns, conservative people, and a lot more conspiratorial thinking. Like this isn't rocket science to be able to pinpoint the origin of these outbreaks is from people who don't want to take vaccines and think that they're microchipping you, or it's some kind of psyops by the government in order to make you weak and your balls shrivel or something. I mean, I don't know. These conspiracy theories are ridiculous, and the autism thing about MMR vaccine, it's like this misinformation has caused so much, and the suffering. Actually, I saw a paper. Lynn sent me a paper which was fantastic. It was basically tracking the long-term health implications between left and right political spectrum in America. And as it turns out, the conservative political spectrum people are getting health, like detrimental health effects. I'm not even shitting you. They're basically tracking that they're living less longer, and they thought, oh, it's just the pandemic and that'll stabilize. It hasn't. It basically hasn't. So, like, it's just wild to see that in real time, that, like, if you are a skeptic, non-believer, like a vaccine non-believer, or a conservative that doesn't trust doctors, we're seeing health implications for that, which is wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, here we go. It's the political polarization of health outcomes in the USA. But of course, the conservatives are just going to go, oh, well, that's a leftist ideology thing. What's it?
Fake
Yeah,
news.
fake news. Yeah.
I mean, it's been that way for a long time, sadly.
Yeah. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Case, I taught this class and started off with the problem of suffering. And from there, we talked about different solutions to the problem of suffering. And what I did is I went through different authors of the Bible to show what they said about suffering and to evaluate then what they had to say. Many people in our world revere the Bible, love the Bible, respect the Bible, and never read the Bible.
Yeah, that's no surprise. That's no surprise at all. No, at all. I find that like most of the people that I debate, I know more about the Bible than they do. Which is, just incredible. I have read the Bible cover to cover. I do have passages that I fall back on, but the last time I read it was like ages ago. I must admit, ages and ages ago. But I think it is worth reading as a book of a cultural book, like like you would read Greek mythology or Norse mythology or something like that. It definitely is worth reading. It's just not worth taking seriously, that's all.
Even in my part of the world, in the South, where the Bible is the Word of God that is inspired, and if you don't believe in the Bible, you can't be a Christian and you will roast in hell forever, people don't really read the Bible very much. And when they do read the Bible carefully, I think they can become surprised about what the Bible says about this very problem, about why they're suffering. By far, the most common answer in the Bible is the answer found in the Hebrew prophets of the Old Testament. The prophets of the Old Testament, it doesn't matter which prophet you look at, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Amos, Hosea, Joel, just pick your prophet. They have the same basic line, which is the reason the people of God suffer is because God is punishing them for their sins.
Yes, and that's probably the oldest and really the one going back the furthest. So Adam and Eve, you've sinned against God. That's why women have birth pains, right? Like that's why birthing hurts. It's because you've sinned against God, right? Why do you get bitten by snakes? Oh, it's because you listen to this serpent. The serpent's cursed. You're cursed to be bitten by the snake, right? It is the outcome of your ancestors. And it didn't, I mean, to be fair, it isn't necessarily you did something wrong. It can be your ancestors did something wrong, right? Like, or the leader of your country did something wrong, right? Like you have in Exodus, where the firstborn of every person was killed in the city because the Pharaoh did something, right? Like this plague was set upon Egypt because the Pharaoh wouldn't do these things that God commanded. You're being punished for what your leader did. Imagine that these days. Like you're being punished for what your leader did. Like that's what so yeah.
Kind of are with the leaders we elect, elections have consequences. Like
yeah,
if we had chosen differently and had a responsible leader during COVID, then we could have had responsible reactions and ended up with better outcomes like many other countries did. But because we elected intentional incompetence, we had over 1 million people die that didn't need to. So that's sort of a plague that's a direct consequence of the sins of the leadership.
Right, right. But when you're talking about the problem of evil and suffering, you're talking about why did that thing occur at all, not just the response to it, because that is easily explained by incompetence or just that kind of thing, or deliberate maliciousness. But why the plague actually exists in the first place, if the God wants the best for you. If he's omnibenevolent, why send the plague in the first place? And you can't really blame that on your choice of leader. But, the whole point is that, the God is punishing you for something that your leader did. Like your leader, I don't know, let gays into the cities or something. So he sends a plague to hurt everybody. And that was the sort of way that the Old Testament authors looked at it. Like, if there was a plague, or if there was a earthquake, or if somebody died in a fire, they have to have done something wrong. Or
you must have deserved.
Or your ancestors did something wrong, or your leader did something wrong. So I can only imagine the amount of leaders that had plagues that they tried to deal with, and their people just said, "Oh, the gods hate you," kind of thing.
Oh yeah, like that whole thing. It happened to Israel too under David. What was? I forget if it was the census or the time he cheated on one of his many wives with yet another mistress, or what. I forget the specific sin, but God sent a plague and killed like 40,000 people to punish David. He didn't do anything to David, though.
Yeah. Yeah, which is weird, right? Like, that isn't at all what we would expect from a omnibenevolent God. Because those, what were those people supposed to do to stop David? You know what I mean? Like, and plus, we now know that plagues are not caused by a angry God. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't an angry God sending. We know pathogens are not an angry God. Like, let's be real here.
Yeah, it's just myth making. It's saying,
Yeah,
Rome burned when Nero was Caesar, so therefore the people deserved it because of Nero. It was a punishment sent because of Nero. It's the same sort of thing. A plague comes, David was in charge, therefore David deserved it,
Yeah. Yeah.
They have sinned, and God is punishing them so that they will turn back to him. And if they do turn back to him, then God will relent, and they will suffer no more. This is found page after page after page after page in the Old Testament and in the New Testament as well. It's a view that people continue to have today. Whenever anybody says, "Why does this happen to me?" or "What have I done to deserve this?" Well, that's saying that you're being punished for your sins. A view that's rather hard to sustain, I think, in the face of reality. The mother whose child has a birth.
Sorry?
You're forgiven. Jesus died for your sins, and you are forgiven. But also, you have to be punished for your sins, which you don't have because you're forgiven. But also, even if you haven't sinned, well, you were born with sin. It's original sin, so you're a sinner no matter what. And fuck your logic. God does what he wants.
Well, I think that a lot of Christians think that, oh, God is, reminding me that I've got to atone or repent for my sins, kind of thing. And I think it's, I don't see that repentance particularly stops any of this suffering kind of thing, right? Like, you have people that sincerely pray for, like we were talking cancer earlier, their cancer to go into remission, but it doesn't work. You repenting for all of your sins. And the problem is that these people who are fervent believers will just continue to think that they've done something wrong when they haven't done anything wrong. And the reason why the cancer is there, it's not to, like, you've done something wrong and you've got to find out what it is and repent for it. That isn't what's happening. We understand why it happens, and it's got nothing to do with except for maybe lifestyle choices, But you can have it appear in people that have never smoked, never drank, never done anything, and they still think, oh, I must have done something. And it's ridiculous, right? Like, it's absolutely ridiculous, because the amount of repentance people have does not in any way change the remission rates of cancer. It doesn't. Okay, so it's just a really archaic and outdated and terrible thing to do to people. You know what I mean? Like, making them think it's their fault that this has happened to them. Making the person who is the victim of a flood, that it's their fault. They've obviously done something wrong. That is terrible. That's actually terrible.
I mean, victim blaming is part of the culture.
Yeah, that's true.
Birth defect has not done something wrong. But that's the view of the prophets, is that God is punishing people for their sins. There are other writers in the Bible, though, who don't think that suffering comes because God is punishing people. They think just the opposite, that the reason they're suffering is because there's a personal enemy of God, the devil and his demons, these evil forces in the world that are causing suffering. God doesn't want suffering. God wants to solve suffering. It's the devil and his demons and the evil cosmic forces that are causing suffering. The view of the Jewish and Christian apocalypticists, such as the author of the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation in the New Testament.
I don't pay that one, because if a God is omnipotent and the devil is not, then why not do away with him completely? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of weird that the devil's got any sway in the world, kind of thing. Like, I get sort of, he's sort of the antithesis to God, and he's powerful but not as powerful as God, and so but I just don't see how an omnipotent God can allow that to happen. And, it doesn't address, like, if bad things only happen to bad people, it would make sense, right? But a part of the problem of evil is, why do bad things happen to good people? People that have never done any, why does a baby get leukemia? You know what I mean? Like, okay, why not protect that innocent person that's never done anything wrong? And why not let the devil have his way with, the president of the United States and all the other pedophiles out there? Why not just allow that? I don't get it.
Why is, like, sending disease and making you guess why you got it God's best mechanism of communicating his displeasure? Like, why can't he send a note or a prophet? Like, there's stories in the Old Testament of one king who was leading his people incorrectly. And I think it was Elijah who went to him and was like, hey, you done fucked up and you're pissing God off. And so the king, like, did the whole sackcloth and ashes thing, and God decided, no, I'm not going to smite them because they're doing better now. Like, why not directly communicate?
Was that the which story was that? Was that the what was the whale? Was that the one with the whale? I can't remember which one that was. Jonah, yeah.
No,
because that was the sackcloth one.
It's fuzzy in my head, but this was
Okay.
shit. No, I can't remember the kingdom. But there's a few stories along those lines where
Right.
God sends, like, a messenger to say, hey, this is how you're fucking up, stop it. And some of them don't, and God smites them, and some of them do, and God withholds the judgment,
Right. Well, I mean, it kind of reminds me of Jonah, where he goes to the people of Nineveh, which is in Babylon, kind of thing, which was an enemy of the sort of Canaanite city-states, and sort of said, oh, you're worshipping the wrong gods, kind of thing, because of course they worshipped, I don't remember the name of the deity, but they had a central deity that they worshipped, and they went, oh, this guy's speaking sense, kind of thing, we better worship Yahweh instead of the other god. And God then goes, so he makes a prophecy that the city will be destroyed. And so they all wear ashes and sackcloth, kind of thing, including the animals for some reason. So all of the cows and donkeys wearing sackcloth, put that in your head. Then God doesn't send, because they've all repented and they've changed their minds, God doesn't destroy the city. And so it begs the question, well, what kind of a prophet is Jonah? He's like, oh, it didn't happen? Oh, you did the right thing. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's wild. It's absolutely wild. So yeah, it's a lot of this stuff is that people could, they had an opportunity. But yeah, I think I know what you're saying, that they had that opportunity to change their behavior to avoid these things. But that doesn't happen anymore. For reasons, I guess. I don't know why.
We're not doing prophets anymore, because
Apparently not.
I don't know. I mean, I can do apologetics as well as any other minister and better than most, but there's limits, like some of these things you can't even make up an answer for.
Yeah.
There are other people who have a different idea, other authors. Part of the book of Job insists that, yes, it is God who's causing suffering. It's not as a punishment.
Oh, Job. Yeah. God's working with his, he's walking with his buddy, Satan, and decides to have a bet. Satan says, oh, look, mate, that guy wouldn't worship you if you didn't bestow him all of these great things. If his life was terrible and suffered greatly, he wouldn't worship you. And God says, hold my beer. Like, seriously, that is the story of Job. That's the story of Job. It is the devil accusing Job of only being faithful to God because his life is good, and challenging God, saying if his life was terrible, he wouldn't worship you. And God saying, well, I'm going to make his life absolutely miserable. Okay. So
it's a great plan.
Yeah, so God, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient, and very insecure about his following. Work that one out.
Punishment, though, it's as a test to see whether you will remain faithful. And so Job, the most righteous man who ever lived, is forced to face virtually unbearable and hideous suffering, with the death of his children and his own personal suffering from an epidemic. He is put through the grinder. Why? Because one of God's councilmen, the Satan, Hasatan, the adversary, has made a kind of wager with God that he can make Job sin, and God doesn't think so, and so they have this wager in order to see whether, in fact, Job will be faithful.
Yeah, and that's sort of, if the sort of later authors are correct and Satan is like the adversary, the great evil that God is fighting against, why are they just walking together, hanging out? Like, it doesn't make much sense, because this is after the fall. So presumably after the war in heaven that some denominations buy into. So it doesn't make any sense. If you look at, I certainly can't say the Hebrew name like Hashatan, or the Satan in sort of Jewish traditions, it makes a lot more sense because it's more accurately, it can mean the adversary, but a more accurate translation is the accuser, right? Like the person that accuses people. It's kind of like God's prosecutor who goes round and says, you're not faithful to God, and accuses them and basically implicates them as not being loyal, essentially. And it makes a lot more sense why God would casually be walking along with this entity in the Old Testament, because he worked for God. He was on God's side. He wasn't an adversary to God. He was an accuser of people. So, I've never heard a good explanation as to why they're just chilling and making this bet.
Yeah, it's weird. 'Cause there's so much different fan fiction and so many different ideas. One that I find particularly compelling and compatible with a lot of the theology is that Satan works for God,
Yeah.
running around tempting people, because that's how you make sure a soul is pure, is that if you offer them what they want most and they still say no, then they might just be a genuinely pure soul. So Satan, in that context, wants people to say no, but he has to try his best to convince you. Otherwise, the test isn't a valid test. But why, given the evangelical view that he's God's opposite and wants God's throne, would they be
Yeah.
hanging out and palling around? Like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
So you're basically saying that he's carrying out an Iron Age sting operation.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Hey kid, you want to buy some drugs? Gotcha, you're under arrest. Just,
Oh, no.
sir,
You will be
excuse me,
damned for the 9th generation.
it was entrapment, Jesus.
I lay my Jesus face down and end my turn.
Yeah, exactly.
It's simply a test of his faith. Another part of the book of Job, written by a different author. Job actually has two different authors. You have the story in which you have this bet between Satan and God to see whether Satan can make Job curse God or not. Most of the book, in fact, has a different view of suffering, written by a different author at a different time. In most of the book of Job, the answer to suffering is that there is no answer that God will give. Job demands to God to have an appearance before him so he can plead his case that he's innocent and he doesn't deserve this. And God appears to Job, not the way Job wants. God appears to him out of the whirlwind and reveals his magnificence to him and asks him, where were you when I created the earth?
Yeah.
Who are you to question me? God, in effect, squishes Job with his divine thumb and tells him that he's a peon and he has no right even to ask why he's suffering. Well, that's certainly one view, that we shouldn't use our intelligence to try and figure out why there's pain and misery in the world. The answer that I actually prefer myself is none of the above. The answer I prefer, as I'm going to say at the end of my talk, is in the book of Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes is my favorite book of the Bible, in part because of its view of suffering. The book of Ecclesiastes thinks there are nasty things that happen in this world, and there's no way to understand why.
Yeah.
It's not like Job saying you shouldn't ask, because if you ask, God is going to squish you. It simply says, look, the world is a nasty place, and sometimes we get in the way, and bad things happen. We should enjoy life as much as we can, as long as we can, because we don't have answers, but we do have life, and so we should enjoy it. That's an answer that I resonate with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, so, like, if there's one thing that working in sort of an IT field has taught me, is there's always a reason, right? There is always a reason that something happens, but at the same time, you may never know what it is, right? Like, if there's one thing it's taught me, is that things just don't happen for no reason, but at the same time, it may not be worth, and it may not be reasonable, it may not be practical to find out what that reason is, right? I think that some things are just beyond our current level of understanding, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't investigate, right? How do we know if we can understand why suffering or why a problem happens if we don't investigate what it is, right? And I get that, hey, some things are way beyond our understanding, of why, the universe may be here, or, things may be the way they are. It might be. But as far as suffering goes, just sort of saying God works in mysterious ways, and I've often said this before, it kind of just undercuts any sort of attempt to find out why it's happened, right? Why is there more floods and stuff? Well, God works in mysterious ways. It is so detrimental to our entire escapade as humans to just basically deem something as unknowable, right, and unachievable before we've even started trying. Because I'm sure there were humans that went, oh, what's across that massive sea? No one will ever make it. It's unknown. We shouldn't even try. You know what I mean? It's just such a insult in the face of human ingenuity to give up before you've even started and attribute it to some god, and therefore cutting off any investigation into why it may actually occur. It annoys the hell out of me.
Well, investigating is hard, and have you considered making shut up and just saying God said so? Thou shalt not question God. In fact, thou shalt not ask questions. Just do as you're told and read the book.
Right. My problem, Ember, is that I'm too educated. That's my problem. Yes. I've got to find that clip and make something out of it because it's just too ridiculous. We should just leave it to the people who know nothing and just give the glory to God. That's what we should do. Instead of these doctors running around, we should just, God works in mysterious ways, give the glory to God. And what's even worse is that these kind of theists that will say, oh, well, it's up to God, it's all the mysteries of God, will sit there and honestly believe that our medicine, our science, our knowledge would have gotten further if we just attributed everything to God. It boggles my mind. I don't understand how that works.
It's very crispy.
Yeah,
it drives me nuts. I often ask, why, if God is real, do we need apologists? But maybe a better question is, if God is real, why do we need doctors?
Well, so that's an interesting question, because it all depends on what level that you think that God is interfering. Well, as far as the problem of suffering, like the classical theism God that has these three attributes, the omnibenevolence, omniscience, omnipotence, and omniscience, like the three omnis. That's a really good point. You know what I mean? If it is this, so that's when I usually find that theists will retreat to that, oh, well, it's just a nebulous, some kind of God that created the universe kind of thing, a more deist kind of God, and if that's the case, then maybe the only way God can communicate is through these messengers and things. But is that really good for people? Right? And you've got to ask, is it good for people, for a God that can only communicate with messengers, to provide no way to really distinguish between the false messenger and the real one? You know what I mean? How do you distinguish between the two?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And that's been a bit of a problem because there's so many prophets running around all saying mutually exclusive stuff. And how are you supposed to figure out which one, if any, has the real message?
maybe the test is, whoever doesn't believe any of them is the righteous man. And whoever believes a book written by men is not righteous. That's the Pascal's wager kind of thing there's a few problems with Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager is basically saying, well, if you believe in a God and live your life according to religion, then you have the possibility when you die of winning eternal life and happiness and all of these things after death. Whereas if you don't, if you don't go to heaven, you've lost nothing. Whereas the non-believer, if they die, they gain nothing, and if they might miss out on this eternal heaven. And there's a few problems with that sort of argument, to the point where it's not even really used anymore. But one of the objections to that problem is, well, what if the test of God is who will be gullible enough to believe this nonsense? Right? Like, what if that is the thing that gets you to hell, and not believing these people who all tell you that they're righteous and they've got the way to heaven, and, sort of arrogant. In their arrogance, they believe theirs is the way. What if that is the test? Right? So it doesn't get you out of that, well, what if you miss out on heaven? Well, what if the way to heaven is not believing any religion and being a good person because of your own choices?
Yeah, there've been a number of philosophers, many of them burned at the stake over the years, who posited similar ideas. One of them is the animator Dark Matter 2525, who posted a fun cartoon about a Christian reaching the afterlife and the real humans saying, oops, sorry, you were actually supposed to be deleted because you failed the moral test, which was, can you resist believing in Christianity?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, it's only one of the objections for against Pascal's wager. I have my own. I definitely have my own. We'll get into it. I mean, there's a number of them. The first objection is that it's not a binary between a religion and non-belief, or belief and non-belief. It's actually a choice between thousands of different religions and non-belief, right? So any of those other religions will not get you to heaven as well. So it's not this binary choice like they're presenting, because you may pick a religion that seems awesome and it's the wrong one. And an objection that's raised is, would a god be more mad at you for worshipping the wrong god, or for worshipping no god at all? And it seems to be in line with the Bible that worshipping no god at all is the problem. The other problem is that if you're going to be intellectually consistent, then anytime anybody promises you infinite reward, you should go with it. So if I say, hey, Ember, give me all of your money and everything that you own, and I promise you eternal life after death, you should instantly do that if you're going to be intellectually consistent. Because the infinite reward outweighs any possibility that I'm just conning you. So, right. So, like, why don't you just do that? Or instantly you should believe it. And that doesn't seem in line with how we should believe things, and does not seem like it would be a thing that people would do. And the one that I sort of have a go to, and this is just a few objections, Pascal wage has been absolutely demolished. My objection is that the argument that it costs you nothing is not true, because I think that if you value integrity, then you are believing something purely for its reward, and that is sacrificing your intellectual integrity for for a reward, right? You are literally dropping your personal integrity to believe something that you don't believe in order to get something out of it. And I think that will cost you your integrity. That is not good for you. So that's one of my objections, that I think it does cost you something. And that depends on how much you value your integrity. I happen to value mine pretty highly. So, I won't claim to believe something or trick myself into believing something that I don't believe just for some reward, because that's, giving up something to me that's valuable. And another one is like, why would a God be fooled if the only reason you're believing in him is to get to heaven? And you don't really, but like, would a God be fooled by that? No, absolutely. Like Pascal's wager has so many problems with it that you rarely hear it anymore. Occasionally it comes up and the atheists laugh in atheism, like it just is ridiculous. It's one of the most ridiculous arguments ever. What's Leo Filius up to? I don't know. Why would I know what Leo Filius is up to? He's doing Leo things.
He is doing Leo things. I haven't heard from him personally lately, but I do happen to know from a little bird that he'll be on Maya's show tomorrow doing physics with Dr.
cool.
Weasel. And it should, I'm sure they will be fully clothed.
Bad Science Sunday?
That's right.
Look, yeah. I don't mind a little bit of Weasel. I gotta admit, a little bit of Weasel.
I'm trying to persuade him to start gaming under the name Follicular.
Oh God, really? Follicular, is that a thing to clavicular? Oh wow. I do have the link. Yes, integrity in this economy. Yeah, I know. Look, you don't have to like you don't have to value integrity. That's fine. I personally do. I think that it is a thing that I should value, or I want to value. So yeah, I get you. In this economy. Yeah, I know. So that's Bad Science Sunday. That's some bad science stuff if you want it. And that's the actual one with Leo in it. So that's apparently what Leo's up to. I'm glad we found that out. I'm not sure why I would know that, but hey, there we go. We all learned something. I think we all grew as a people in the last 5 minutes. Fantastic.
For sure.
I taught this class at Rutgers, and we went through these and other answers to suffering. The biggest problem I had with my students was convincing them, these are 18 and 19-year-old students from New Jersey back in 1985 or 1986, and the biggest problem I had in the class was convincing them that there was a problem with suffering. They didn't see what the problem was. So
yeah, that's probably because they haven't been through it. It probably is, like, I do notice that people that haven't been through suffering don't, like, some of them do, but some of them don't really understand, what the massive problem with it is. And that's just simply because you haven't been exposed. As you go along in your life, and you will inevitably suffer in some way, right? Like, I don't know anybody that hasn't been exposed to some kind of suffering in their life, because we all, life is one of those things where you will get shovels to the face. You will get rakes to the face. It really is just, that is what life comprises of. And after you get a bit older, you will realize that suffering is really, really bad. You'll either have empathy for people who suffer, or you will think that it's a race and try to make, other people suffer to get yourself out of suffering. And one of these ways will work and one of them won't. And so I don't know. I think that a lot of young people, they've just gotten into university, they've been in school, some of them, and I'm not saying all of them, but some of them haven't really been exposed to suffering, like true suffering. Some of them have, but if you're talking about kids in university, a lot of them don't know what it's like. They don't. They've grown
A
up with their
lot, but
parents.
I don't know if that's like it doesn't necessarily have to be a lack of empathy thing. He could just be talking about they don't understand why it's a problem for God.
Oh, maybe. I don't know, but I have met sort of uni students who just don't get why. I don't think it's even a lack of empathy. I think it's just a lack of exposure to the problem, right? Like they haven't, they don't know anybody that's homeless, for instance, or suffering like that. They haven't really looked at it, kind of thing. They've been sheltered in sort of a bubble where, I've seen a teenager surprised that somebody doesn't have, a bar in their house, kind of thing. It's like, what? Seriously? You know that people don't usually live like that, right? Like it's just
Yeah.
it's not even a lack of empathy. It's just they haven't been exposed to that much. And I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying there is some. But yeah, I get they don't understand why it's a problem for Christianity.
I mean, could be. It's hard to say. Maybe he'll add more context.
Okay.
So it was during one of the Ethiopian famines, and I resorted to bringing pictures of people starving, a woman starving to death with a child on her breast, starving to death, on the front page of the New York Times, and pointing, saying, this is a problem, especially.
Yeah, so he's not talking about a problem for Christianity. They're talking about a problem at all. So they haven't really thought about people starving in Africa and like he said, he had to bring a picture and show them why that's a problem, because they haven't encountered that level of suffering, right? It's only as you get older, like your parents may not expose you to, hey, this kind of stuff happens in the world, because they, rightly so, don't want you to grow up too quick. They don't want you to be exposed to the horrendous problems the world has. I get why. But at some point, you've got to realize that horrible things happen in the world and will most likely happen to you at some point in your life. This is why we try to help people when they are suffering, because that may be you. Even though you've got a trust fund, even though you've got, your life set out for you, you've got all these things, you can still suffer. It can still happen to you. Do you think he's talking about why it's a problem for Christianity? I don't think so. I think that if he has to show them a picture,
it could be both things. It could be a why not both.
right?
Like they're not understanding. I mean, hell, maybe they're so blind in their faith and their belief that God makes everything good that they aren't even able to accept that there are starving people in the world. It's just
Maybe.
it's not clear.
Yeah. Mm.
Like how can people be starving? How can people be homeless?
Right.
Because God is watching over us, and I've had a good life. I was given a Porsche 911 on my 12th birthday. Obviously, God is watching over me. So what's going on?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a lack of empathy. I think it is an isolation from, the streets, as it were. Like they're isolated into these bubbles of privilege that they don't, you know what I mean? That some of them have never met a homeless person or someone that's been homeless, or they've never met somebody who has had any mental health struggles, or, been made redundant in their job and are facing true hardship. They've never met anybody in this situation. So I don't think it's even a lack of empathy. I think it's just a lack of exposure to the harsh realities of life that some of these, especially the ones going through university, some of these kids have. And that's what, why scholarships and things like that is so good for university, and getting a diverse range of people in there, because they will be exposed to kids coming from backgrounds that they could never imagine, because they're not exposed to it.
You ever hear of the Harvard problem?
No? What's the Harvard problem?
So
Apart from
back in the day,
people always telling you when they've been to Harvard.
well, that too.
Mm.
Back in the day, Harvard, famously only let in like really top students from wealthy families, people who
Right.
have always gotten straight A's and never been told no. And
Mhm.
once they were in Harvard, because it's a university where everyone is top of their game,
Yeah.
they handed out the full range of grades. The people who are the best of the best got A's, and the people who are a little bit less got B's, and the people who are a little bit less got C's. And suddenly they discovered a whole bunch of students were blowing their brains out on the quad because they considered themselves to be failures because they were getting C's and D's, and they were, oh, it's the end of the world. My father's going to disown me and this and that.
Wait,
It's
is this sort of grading on a scale, like you're grading in relation to other students? Because I think that's fucking terrible, quite frankly.
That definitely happens, but it's also a
Right.
matter of the subject matter being, a higher level than what they were dealing with in high school,
Right, right, right.
that sort of thing. So obviously this is very, very bad for future donations and press and et cetera. And so the solution they came up with was to bring in students who were used to getting B's and C's and so forth, but
Mhm.
distinguished themselves in other ways, like they were excellent sports people, for example. And by having a group of people with diverse experiences, when a spoiled rich kid who'd never gotten less than an A plus in his life got a
Mhm.
C, it wasn't the end of the world because there were
Right.
other people who were like, yeah, C's are normal. C's are in degrees. Relax,
Mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fair. I gotcha. Yeah, I've always hated that idea of grading on a scale kind of thing. Like, I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's called grading on scale, where basically, you have X amount, like you give the highest one an A and stuff like that. But Geronimus is letting me know, no, it's just proper hard, which is fair enough. Like, I totally get you. You know their problem though, Ember? They've had too much education. That's their problem. That's the problem.
Clearly.
Clearly, that's gonna make me laugh for the next 6 months. Honestly, that really will. I'm gonna make a short of that. I'm gonna put down. I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna do it because dang, that's just too funny. Um, um, yeah, I kind of get that. Yes, and I look. I mean, there's that's really worth investigating. There's a lot of conversations to have. Like, is it that um, high schools or before they go to Harvard, whatever they're in before they go to Harvard or before they're going to university, are they grading too lax? Are they just going, oh, you can have an A and they're just an average student? Are they too generous with their grades, kind of thing? Is what I'm wondering. And the like, I think there's multiple ways to stop a culture of what's that called in psychology? Unrelenting standards is what it's called, right? Where you cannot accept anything but the perfect result, kind of thing, right?
Ooh,
That
freaking at me next time.
sorry.
That was okay. So there's a whole lot of childhood stuff mixed up in there, but the situation for me growing up was that if anything was less than 100%, like if I got a
Yeah,
spelling test back with 1 point off, I may as well have gotten a 0. If it's not
right,
perfect,
right,
it's total crap. That sort of thing.
right. Yeah, so that's called unrelenting standards, and we have to sort of manage that into, well, um, evaluating by the effort that you put in rather than the result that you got, or evaluating by your your opinion of it rather than the evaluation that you got, kind of thing. Like, it's kind of like playing a game and the umpire says, oh, that's a foul, and you didn't do it. You have to accept that, but you don't have to agree with it, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And I think having a reasonable and rational idea of, you know will regardless of the grade that I got, regardless of the piece of paper that I got, regardless of anything, I put in this effort and I learnt all of these things is really what the culture should be, rather than here is the outcome, I will only accept this outcome. I mean, sometimes things happen that people have very little control over. Like, you may get a lecturer that absolutely loves especially in an arts degree or something, they may love, Salvador Dali, for instance, and you can't stand Salvador Dali and think his work, you disagree with the lecturer over a piece of art. Well, I mean, he's going to grade you low, but that doesn't mean that he's automatically right. Like, it's just this case of, well, if you put the effort in and you have learnt a lot out of it, that should be the goal, not to have, the best mark in the thing. And I think also another problem is parents that they say, well, if you get a C or a D, your life is over. You won't get anywhere or do anything worthwhile in your life. And that is such a lie. That is absolutely a lie. There's plenty of people that have gotten huge marks and have gotten nowhere with it, maybe because of their attitude, maybe because of their, lack of professionalism, maybe because they committed some crime. There are a number of myriad reasons. And there are people who have gotten lower marks and gone on to be incredibly successful because they really challenged themselves and wanted to achieve that. So I think that kind of culture of parents saying, hey, you've got to get A's or else your life is going to be over, is one of the main problems.
It very much is. And coincidentally, it ties in with the social problems of Christianity that go beyond explicitly the Bible and so forth. Much like, purity culture, it isn't necessarily biblical. It's compatible with the Bible, but it doesn't depend on the Bible. Like, people are patriarchal anyway. In those cultures, it's sort of a similar thing. The English-speaking world's conception of sin is different from most of Christendom, where in most of Christianity, at least the Western part, the former Roman areas, sin represents a falling short, whereas in the English-speaking world, it's a crime. It represents crimes against God. So in most of the world, it's okay to not be perfect. You're not expected to be perfect because you're not God. You do the best you can. You try to grow and so forth. But in the English world, and it's not just the English, there's sects of the Lutherans and this and that, but part of it comes to do with the Germanic translation of the scriptures, where sin is portrayed as not just a falling short, but as a crime against God for which there must be justice and repentance and so forth. And so when you fall short on your grades, it isn't just a lack, a sign you need to learn more. It is a crime from certain points of view because of that perspective in the culture from Christianity.
Well, I think that's true. I think it depends on where you're coming from. I think that places like China are incredibly competitive, just insanely competitive. So it does raise a lot of that culture of, well, you've got to get A's kind of thing. But, what I was talking about was specifically sort of the Western culture. But I think that kids should be lauded for the work that they did, not the grade that they got. I think that that's very important.
Right.
But
should do that, like, never stop growing, because the inverse is so harmful too. Like, if you do get 100, if you do get an A+, then the message is you have nothing more to learn, and that's not helpful either.
Right.
It should always be like, oh, you learned a bunch on this assignment. Cool. Now you're ready to learn more. It's never you're done. You've completed things. You can just rest on your laurels and be handed money as a CEO who does nothing all day.
Well, I think ever since sort of tertiary education went privatized kind of thing into the private sector, it's not really there to learn for people to learn things. It's there to educate them to do some sort of job, right? Or be employable in some field or industry. I don't think it's there for specifically learning anymore. I think it is there to prepare people for some kind of employment in the corporate or the industrial world. I really don't think. I think there's some degrees that are there so you can learn, some of the history, some of the arts, some things like that. But, as we're seeing, they're more and more getting weeded out. And I think it's a shame because they're the ones where you actually learn a lot about a lot of different perspectives rather than, like the degree that I did was just all, how are you employed in this thing? Up to and including, as part of the curriculum, go to conferences for that industry kind of thing. It's not really there for the sake of learning. It's there so you get a job in that industry kind of thing. Which I get why, but it's just a shame that it's not the learning that's prioritized. It's the education that the employer is going to need.
Yeah, there's a lot of we're going to turn you into a cog so you can work seamlessly in the machine rather than be the best human you can.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, basically.
If you believe in a powerful God. Well, I stopped teaching the class. I stopped pastoring. I graduated. I moved on, but I kept thinking about it. And I kept myself seeing suffering firsthand.
Oh, we've had a raid, have we? Oh, welcome to all the time travelers. We're traveling back to 2012. Has it been a time traveler raid? I don't see any notification for it. Okay.
It's the rumor I heard, and also Titan promised that they would be along eventually.
Oh, that's okay. All good, all good. Well, there may or may not be a time traveler raid. Welcome, time travelers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Always good to see you.
Time travelers, so maybe they'll show up later, or maybe they already have showed up in the past.
Oh, maybe. Oh, dang, I didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I will welcome you at some point in the future. Just skip to that part, time travelers. And I hope Nick's doing well. Always, Nick's just amazing. Actually, a few old school people. Maori's in the chat as well, and Maori's doing some really interesting stuff that's been crossing my lists on IQ and the bell curve and the implementation of IQ that is just really bigoted. So a big shout out to Maori. He is doing amazing work on that front. I've always said, like, I don't have the background and education that Christopher Maori has I've always said IQ's just so, like, it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? My last debate, the guy was talking about, well, God must be real because Newton believed in him and he was a genius. It's like, so what? So what? Smart people can be wrong. I don't know if you know this.
What?
And really? And I also pointed out that Newton also believed in alchemy. Like, he thought he could turn lead into gold with chemicals. That's why he had a huge amount of, mercury in his system when he died. So, it doesn't make you right. Okay.
Cancer, taking away loved ones in the prime of life, teenage suicide, birth defects, failed marriages, a friend of mine who escaped from the killing fields of Cambodia, homelessness, poverty, starvation. And I kept reading. Wars, genocide in Cambodia, Bosnia, Rwanda, Darfur, ethnic cleansings.
Yeah, I was talking to Lynn about that, the war in Yugoslavia, and that who is it? Slobodan Milosevic is currently in The Hague for war crimes kind of thing. Wasn't it the Bosnian genocide? That we decided that the Serbs killing the Bosnians was a war crime and stuff. And I feel like Israel's doing worse. You know what I mean? Like, and we're not doing anything about it. It's kind of weird.
Well, Netanyahu does have an international warrant out for him for war crimes.
Oh, that's
but
true. Yeah.
Israel is not a signatory, I guess, of that treaty. So they're just like, nah, we're just not going to comply.
Yeah, well, I don't think Bosnia was as well. I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. Wild. Anyway.
Flu epidemics. The 1918 flu epidemic killed 30 million people worldwide, killed more Americans than all of the wars of the 20th century combined.
Oh, that's a good example. That's the Spanish flu, isn't it? The
Yeah.
1918, Spanish flu. And you know what? Okay, so it's a very, very a morbid topic, but I think that the funniest thing I learnt from there, and I know it's a horrible epidemic, killed 30 million people, but apparently they basically went to prisoners and said, look, we need people to test on to see if we can stop this disease. Let us inject you with this flu, right? Like people that were locked up for life, that, if you survive, you'll be pardoned, because don't forget, it is a killer disease. And a lot of them said yes, right? And this is 1918, so turn of the century, second decade, like very, very early on in our history of modern medicine kind of thing, right? So keep that in mind. So they injected them with the Spanish flu, and the only people to get sick were the researchers. The reason why is because the flu had already passed through the prison and killed a lot of the prisoners. Do you know who survived? The people that now had an immunity to the flu.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is where we started to say, if you survive a weaker version of it, like this is the onset of modern vaccine medicine. This is the onset of understanding how this works. But they didn't understand that really that well at the time, so it confused the hell out of them. But the prisoners, that if they hadn't been immune to it or been able to survive it, they wouldn't have already. So that's kind of hilarious in a dark, dark way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's so weird, because we'd been using attenuated viruses to build immunity as long as there's been a country, right? Like George Washington got into trouble with Congress for mandating his forces get that time's version of the smallpox vaccine. Like, you can't compel your soldiers to do that. It's not cool. And he's like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah, I think, I've got mixed feelings about that, because as a soldier in the military, you kind of sign up for that. But at the same time, you have reports of, like the MK Ultra, they used soldiers as test subjects, or they, during the nuclear tests, they marched them out. I'm not sure if this was American ones during the tests kind of thing, but I know that the British used soldiers to test the effects of radiation from nuclear tests kind of thing, nuclear bomb tests, which is just horrifying. You're taking living beings and going, oh, how will it affect soldiers at this distance, and exposing them to extreme amounts of radiation. So I think that you do sign up for, things like getting anti-malaria drugs, and getting, if you're going to fight in the jungle kind of thing, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
works.
Well,
the testing thing. That's one of the war crimes that the Germans had to face.
Yeah.
Is all the experimentation on, not just even their own soldiers, but their prisoners. Yeah.
It is horrendous that we would treat the people that protect us in this manner. You know, like, absolutely. So I'm just sort of saying, I can understand why the government will be, well, we have to take your autonomy away, because if you are going overseas, we want to make sure you don't die of malaria before you even get to the battlefield. But at the same time, I can understand why a soldier would be reticent about it, going, well, there's been a long history of this government, you know, using these kind of things as a test bed for things that we don't know about. You know, so I guess that's one reason why I'm not in the military and have never been in the military. I did try to get into the military. I did apply to be a airfield defense guard, and they rejected me. Do you know why they rejected me?
You're too educated.
I'm too educated. Absolutely. Kind of. They said I was too intelligent and too nice, basically. You know, like too intelligent. I can't remember the word they used. Too something. Yeah, anyway, they basically said I was too nice and intelligent. And then they said, do you want to be an MP? And I went, no, not at all.
You're too
not
nice
in
now
any way.
to be an MP. Yeah,
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably for the best, because the thing that they sign you up for isn't the thing you end up doing. Like, you know, when I joined the Navy, I was going to be a chaplain, right? And I did do some of that, but I ended up in bomb disposal. Like,
right.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, that can happen. I don't know how much it happens in the US. Generally over here, they do want you in that area, and I think that there's a bit more control over change. I'm not sure. Like, don't get me wrong. I've never been in the military, so I apologize. I'm giving you wrong information. But yeah, I don't know. I entirely support their decision now that I'm a bit older. But, you know, I was kind of pissed off at the time. But that's okay. That's all right. But yes, I am way too educated to be talking about anything, Ember. And the more you know, the less you should talk about it. Leave it to people with absolutely no knowledge of the subject to give you all your information on it, because that is the way we do things here at this good Christian channel. Just saying. Just saying.
World poverty, starvation. It came to a point for me where the biblical answers were no longer satisfying, nor were any of the traditional answers that I read in the philosophers or the theologians or anyone else. I had once believed in a God who intervened in this world, as virtually the entire Bible affirms. But why doesn't he intervene in the world? We live in a world today in which every 5 seconds a child dies of starvation. Every 5 seconds. Every minute, 25 people in our world die from diseases from unclean water. Every hour, 300 people in our world die of malaria. If God intervenes, why doesn't he intervene?
Yeah, and that's something that I've sort of said in debate before, that when they sort of point to, well, you know, all of this stuff has to happen because it's further on down the line. It's like, well, couldn't God get the same result and just not have mosquitoes carry malaria? Right? Because the only way that malaria is a huge problem is mosquitoes, right? Like, that is the vector for it. It's not airborne. It's not, you know, carried by anything. It's mosquitoes. And the way that we've been losing, that the world's been getting warmer and we're losing colder climates, people that have never been exposed to malaria before are now being exposed to malaria because it's less cold, mosquitoes can travel further. So, you know, it's like, couldn't God just not have mosquitoes carry malaria? And then babies wouldn't die of malaria. And couldn't you get the same result if that just didn't happen? That one thing, right? Just that one thing.
if he's the author of all life, if he knit you together in your mother's womb, why not just
Right.
not make the babies you plan to kill with malaria?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not even, doing a big change. Like, just have the mosquitoes not carry it. That's it. That's the one change. But no, apparently not.
But I do because my brain is an asshole. I have to posit we don't have counterfactuals. What if there were a god and there were something way deadlier than malaria? And in a previous iteration of this timeline, we said, well, if God existed, why doesn't he banish super malaria? Like, just leave all the rest of the world unchanged and just remove the super malaria. And he did. And now here we are bitching about regular malaria.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's just like, why doesn't God just stop all of these ridiculous diseases that cause, incredible suffering?
Because then you wouldn't have to challenge your faith. you would just believe. You'd be like, I live in a world with no diseases. Clearly, God is real, or probably.
Yeah.
If he answers prayer, why doesn't he answer prayer? Traditional Christian faith is rooted in a belief that God intervenes. According to the Bible, God not only created this universe and its natural laws, he can suspend those natural laws whenever he chooses. He can do trivial miracles like making iron axe heads float on water, and spectacular miracles like parting the waters of an entire sea so that the children of Israel can walk on dry ground, but the entire Egyptian army is destroyed when the water...
Yeah,
Did you see the video of the preacher recently who tried to part the Red Sea to prove he had the same powers as Moses?
Really? I have not seen that. Do you have that? That sounds hilarious.
Don't. One of my kids sent it to me.
That sounds amazing.
I mean, it goes exactly like you'd expect, but the
Of
fact
course.
that it's just, I'm like, these people and their damn narratives, they don't get the fuck around and find out thing.
Was it an African pastor?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I found it. For I am a gracious God. I'll turn off.
Oh no.
Where's the sound? I do not want copyright, and I don't know if it's copyrighted. So, hang on a second. That it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get the staff. Yes.
You got to have the staff. I mean, Moses had a staff. Which, that's another one that we don't bring up often enough in debates. It's just, the water doesn't care. But
the sea says no, yeah.
We talk about, talking donkeys and talking snakes and all these other things. But another bit of magic that's very, everyone would recognize as biblical is sticks don't actually turn into snakes, though. Like, you'd have to smoke a lot of whatever the local herb of choice is in order to make you think a stick turned into a snake. So
it's an old magician's trick. You can do it with a snake, right? Like there's a magician trick. I used to have a link for this. It's an old Indian magician's trick. I think it was from India or around that area kind of things. It's an old trick.
Because, like, if you're just unsticking a snake, like its identity as a snake, it only has the spiritual appearance of being a stick or something like
right. So they kind of have a stick and they coil a snake around it to make it look like a staff, and they sort of mesmerize the snake to be still. So when you throw it down, the staff actually comes alive, but it was always alive. It's an old trick, like a really old trick. Again, I don't know if this is copyright, so I might turn the sound off.
See, this is why we do the tangents, folks, because
Yes.
even though they may get wildly off the actual subject, we're finding interesting and often edifying things.
Yeah. So this is the guy, and he'll get a snake. And this is like a venomous snake, like completely venomous.
Ah, somebody's read the extended edition of Mark. That is a very still snake.
Yeah.
Do you suppose that's what the caduceus symbol originally meant? Was literally snakes wrapped around a stick
I
to
don't
show
know.
like dominion over nature, maybe?
And that is, I believe, a cobra.
It sure looks like one.
Yep. Highly venomous.
Angry boy.
So it's just an old snake charmer trick kind of thing. That's all it is. It's just an old snake charmer stuff.
He's winding the snake like I tell my kids not to wind their electrical cords.
Yeah, I know. He should have some. He's going to have some problems with the snake fraying.
The connectivity.
Yeah, so that's personally, that's what I think they did. They just had a snake, sort of, it's an old snake charmer trick wrapped around a stick, and like it is a staff, and when they throw it to the ground, the snake just gets angry. That's it.
Okay. Biblical magic explained, folks.
Yeah.
Water's return. God can make the sun stand still in the sky for an entire day so Israel's army can win their battle, making the earth stop rotating with no physical after effects recorded. God's son in the New Testament is born of a woman who never has had sex.
Well, we know that was a mistranslation. You know that was a mistranslation, Ehrman. Come on now. Come on. But yes, some people believe that, yeah, a lot of people believe that Mary was a virgin, when really it was just they were trying to copy the prophecy, and the prophecy, they misread young woman as virgin. I mean, it is just, it's the ludicrousness of Christianity to believe that Mary was a virgin and it was a virgin birth, when the word from the prophecy, where was it from? The prophecy was from, was it Daniel or Ezekiel? I can't remember.
Isaiah.
It was Isaiah, you're right. Yes, Isaiah was that it was a young woman. That was what it was in the original Aramaic, but they translated it as... Sorry?
Alma.
Alma, yeah.
That was the word, yeah.
Yeah, and they
Which
translated
I know
it...
because there's a person named Alma who occasionally wanders through the atheosphere. I haven't seen her in a while,
Okay.
but yeah.
All right. Well, big shout out to Alma. But yeah, it basically was young woman, but the people who wrote the New Testament translated it as virgin, which may or may not, like, a virgin's usually a young woman in that context, sure, but that is not a direct translation. So yeah. The word is Parthenos in Greek in the Septuagint. Yep, fair enough. Yep, gotcha.
Is that where we get parthenogenesis?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. In Parthenos could mean unmarried daughter or virgin, depending on context. So yeah, when they translated it into Greek, they oopsed it, which happens a lot. You know, we see that people make cultural mistakes with their translations all the time because they'll come across a word that can have multiple meanings depending on use, and they interpret it based on their culture of the day rather than the culture of when it was written. And so, you know, to people of that time, obviously an unmarried woman must be a virgin because it would be sinful for her to not be a virgin. So clearly they just mean the same thing.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? That, you know, all words basically mean the same, let's face it. Yeah, and, you know, understanding this, though, it's just sort of, I don't know how anyone still believes that. Except that a virgin pregnancy has actually happened. And that one is hilarious because it was a woman that performed oral sex very soon after being stabbed in the stomach.
Well, technically, okay, she did the oral sex before being stabbed in the stomach.
Yes. Did I say before? I thought I said before.
But you can not be a virgin and still do that.
Well, wasn't she a virgin? Like, she hadn't actually had intercourse?
Well, it depends. Technically.
Oh, okay. You're saying that oral sex still... No, well, I mean...
Yes, and there's other holes too. But as it happens, the reason that he was doing... The reason that the case became a case study in the first place was because that particular person had vaginal agenesis. She could not have vaginal sex because she didn't have a vagina, which is why it became so remarkable that she got pregnant. They were like, how did you manage to get pregnant with no vagina?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up for me because, you know, I think that I would count virginity as not having actual intercourse, I guess. Like penetrative intercourse, I guess. Why should that be a thing? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, virginity is bullshit in the first place.
So yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
About it.
Yeah, I think I'm just about to drop the entire thing now that I think more about it. Whatever. Whatever.
It's just a way to like discount the purchase price of women. Oh, is this woman a used vehicle? Well, I'll only pay 15 shekels now.
Actually, I heard a really good argument about that sort of toxic masculinity body count kind of thing, right? Where why is it that a woman is worth less or for some reason degraded in some way if she's slept with 1,000 different people than if she's slept with one person 1,000 times?
You know,
you know what I mean? Like, what's the difference?
Variety?
Exactly.
It's
you know
weird.
What I mean?
Yeah,
like it's weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And why well, I mean, the obvious is why doesn't it apply to men? But you know, that's the toxic part. But you know, like why? What's the difference? Why is one absolutely horrendous and the other is perfectly fine and she's still pure and good and whatever? Like what's wild, right?
Mm.
An adult.
That's a really good point. The threat of untreatable STD was scary. Yes. Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah. You know, there was definitely a fear about that. You know, like when I was growing up, there was a fear of, oh, you know, you might catch AIDS if you talk to a person with it, and it's just, you know, going through sex ed and stuff, you learn, oh, that isn't true and things. But there were definitely those rumors out there, you know, like this scare thing about it kind of thing.
This son defies the laws of nature at will.
Sorry.
He walks on the water. He calms the storm with a word. He heals the sick. He raises the dead. He himself rises from the dead. The God of the Bible is not bound to natural law. He defies natural law whenever he wants to do good for his people. And so why doesn't he? Within living memory, we have seen the Holocaust and genocides and terrorist attacks. If God protected the Israelites from the Egyptians...
Yeah, you can I get what he's saying. You could argue that, hey, it's a New Testament, free will now, he's not allowed to do that for some reason. I'm not sure why. But yeah, it's a good point. Like there must have been a change where he went from not caring about free will to really caring about free will, because all of this stuff, like we mentioned, God interceding to send a messenger or do this or do that, in the past, he would directly stop people from doing things. You know what I mean? Like he would wipe out a city. And you can't say, oh, well, he cares about free will if he's literally killing everybody in the city. Like, what are you talking about?
Why didn't he protect the Jews from the Nazis?
Well, if you believe some Christian apologetics, it's because they killed Jesus. And I wish I was joking about that. There has been Christians associated with far-right sort of neo-Nazi stuff who still think the Jews should be punished for killing Jesus.
The blood libel thing has been around a long time.
Yep. And it was very prominent in the Catholic Church for a long while. And then they had to correct themselves and say, no, the Jews are not responsible for Jesus' death. Even though Jesus was a Jew. Don't ask it to make sense. It never makes it. Bigotry and racism never makes sense. But it's kind of blaming them for the death of Jesus. So this is why, even though the Jews were obviously God's chosen people, the Catholic Church was the first to make a pact with the Nazi Reich in, the 1940s or 1930 something. That's how they square it away, which is ridiculous.
We have seen starvation, poverty, tsunamis, hurricanes, a tsunami that killed 300,000 people in one foul swoop. If Jesus could calm the storm, why didn't he stop the tsunami? I came to a point where I was unable to affirm the very basis of my Christian faith, that there was a God who was active in this world, who intervened when his people were in need. And I ended up then with the view of the book of Ecclesiastes. So that I comfort myself with the idea that I still have a biblical faith. It's the view of Ecclesiastes. We are not going to live here forever. Our life will not go on forever. Our life, in fact, will not go on for long. Our life is short. We should enjoy life as much as we can for as long as we can, because it won't be here for long. For me, part of enjoying life as much as we can, as long as we can, involves helping other people who also are in need, who also have the right to enjoy life as much as they can, as long as they can. I can't be happy if other people are suffering and dying of starvation or malaria or unclean water. And so, I think that even though there is no God in the world who answers suffering, we ourselves are responsible to answer suffering. We may not have the solution to why there's suffering in the world, but we can have a response to it, and we should act out that response. Thank you very much.
We should be more powerful than God and do something about it, damn it.
Right. And that's why, I've always taken issue with that saying, oh, God helps those who helps themselves kind of thing. And it's like, well, when is this help showing up? Because, people will sit there and struggle and not, when's the help from God showing up? When's God actually going to step up and pay that bill? But, I think that too often I meet Christians, and I'm not saying all of them, but some of them that are like, well, we don't care about the suffering kind of thing. We don't, that's just a result of God. Or they will take delight in other people's suffering. And I wonder where this comes from. I too often see Christians that will pick on people, and as soon as they get picked on, they get really angry. I was in a stream where somebody was calling me an evolutionist and picking on me, and then I mocked them in return, and they got upset. And it's like, like, but yeah, I don't know. I think that this whole thing about, Christians are more charitable. I think that is something we've really got to sort of push back against, just because I think a lot of it is they give to their church and they see that as charity, whereas it may not be spent as charity. It may not be spent on poor people or people that need it or whatever. It's usually spent on the church, or it goes to the Vatican, or it gets put into the church coffers, which may or may not go to charity. So I think that's kind of misleading. I also think that a lot of it is for Christian-only things. Like they will give to charity, and then that charity will give out food, but only to people that will join them in prayer. I think that when you're asking for somebody to do something in exchange for that thing, it isn't charity anymore. Like if you give somebody food, if you're a church, you go around, give people, fine, that's charity. Absolutely. Good on you. Well done. If you're basically going, well, join us in this prayer meeting, say a prayer with us, and in exchange we'll give you food, that's not charity anymore. That is an exchange of things. You want them to be joining your prayer meeting, you're giving them food for it. I think Matt Delahunty used to refer to it as holding a sandwich hostage. And, I think that's very prescient, sort of, well, we've got food, you're hungry, but we'll only give it to you if you join us in prayer. That's the underlying current, and I have seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
So I would not...
Still do that.
Right, but I will not count that as charity. If you expect something in exchange, it's not charity.
Yeah, transactions are not gifts.
Right. You are expecting something from that person. So, and I think that sort of transactional thing should not be counted as charity. So I think there's a few reasons for that. But I do know there is a paper, and I do have a link to it. It's basically says that while Christians are more charity with their in-group, they're less charitable than atheists with their out-group. So they'll be very charitable towards other Christians. They're not going to help a Muslim that much. They're not going to help an atheist that much. They actually care a lot more whether you are part of who they consider to be part of their group. Whereas atheists will be charitable to anybody. They will just go, hey, you're in need, I will help you. So I really wonder which is the more charitable group if you take all of that into account. I think there is some lurking variables in there, but I would like to be more charitable, but as I've said, if I gave to everybody that I want to, I would be destitute and homeless. Absolutely destitute and homeless. Oh, thanks. Yep. Thank you, Amber. Yeah, I think a lot of times charity isn't constrained by sort of what we want to do. It's constrained by our circumstances. So if you can't afford it or it would impact your life, don't be kind to yourself. It's okay. I think one of the things I've had to learn in my life is that I can't solve everything. And some things I would like to do, but I can't. I remember doing a morality debate and they brought up, oh, you think the slavery in the Bible's bad. Well, what about all the modern slavery that you participate in? You get your computer, parts from probably things made by slaves. And my answer was, well, I try to responsibly source them, but I have no control over that. We have to, even though modern slavery and employment slavery is immoral, but we have to do these things to function in our current society, and I don't have any control over it. I wish I did, but I don't. So it's difficult. It really is difficult. that we can't do everything that we want to do to help others, because then we would be the ones who need help. You know, I don't know. Just some thoughts. Yeah, again, tangents in the chat.
I mean, that's it often comes up. This is why people like us aren't billionaires, because the moment we do get some excess cash, we try to help people with it instead of hoard
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I would never be a billionaire, because if I ever came to approach things like that, I certainly would be giving away, a vast majority of it. I think that I would, I don't think I could. Number one, I don't know what would you spend it all on. Once you have a dream house and a dream property or whatever, I don't see the need for anything else. Like, I don't see why, if you're absolutely secure for the rest of your life. But then again, I don't have children as well, so I wouldn't be necessarily worried about. I do have nieces and nephews though, and I do, want them to have good lives. But I don't know. I think that I wouldn't be that. I think that if I was a billionaire, I would probably give it away until if I'm a millionaire, what else do I need, right? Like, I don't get anything extra out of being a billionaire than if I was a millionaire, right? If I was a millionaire, I'd be like, yeah, I'm set for life. What else do I need?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
Once you've reached the point where you can have anything you want, or you can travel just on a whim, what else is there? Oh, I have to have a bigger yacht than Elon to like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. Or a bigger company or whatever. But, it's really funny. I heard that the Taylor Swift apologetic for billionaires, because, the argument is there's no ethical way to be a billionaire. Because if you're a billionaire, you don't need that money. And other people do badly, incredibly badly. And so there's no ethical way to be a billionaire. And I honestly believe that. I think that there is no ethical way to be a billionaire with so many people in horrendous need. And
Well, it's
somebody's
not even a social obligation thing. It's you
right.
can't become a billionaire without exploiting the hell out of a lot of people, because there's just no way for a person who isn't exploiting others to make that much money. Because if you earned $1,000 a second, it would take 31 years to earn $1 billion.
Yeah, I get you. It's just like, the argument is that Taylor Swift's a nice person and she's a billionaire. She's probably worth about $1 billion. And I think, that's just an appeal to emotion. You're basically pointing to someone you like. And I don't think necessarily that she's exploited people directly, but I think that she certainly has worked with organizations that have. So it's not so much well, you directly exploited people, because I know that, from analysis of it, that she works really hard and, does a lot of stuff. But, I'm sure her record label exploits the hell out of people. You know what I mean? Like, it's not so much you personally as the system that you've created around you in order to make you money. Her ticket agency, I guarantee, has exploited the hell out of people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not blaming you directly, but you're participating in a system that makes it unethical what you're doing. That's my opinion.
Crap. So I was just looking up how the hell she managed to become a billionaire, and it seems like she's as close to an ethical billionaire as it's possible to be, at least as far as earning it. Like, for example, her Eras tour alone generated $2 billion in ticket sales. And while obviously a lot of that goes to pay the venues and pay security and pay her tour staff and fellow musicians and all the different things, that's still a literal truckload of money, and between that, music sales, merchandise, like legitimate things based on her music, it's conceivable she managed to pull $1 billion that way.
Yes. But she still works with producers, record labels, ticket venues. I mean, like the ticket companies are absolutely terrible in the way that they operate, kind of thing. Like it's absolutely reprehensible. So, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just sort of saying. And, is it, could she drop her prices to less so all of these people aren't paying as much for a ticket and still be perfectly well off? Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah,
But
definitely. So she'd be a half a billionaire. But also, I realize there's a supply and demand element with a lot of popularly produced products. If you half your price, you triple your sales. But when you're doing ticket sales to a stadium that only has, 10, 20,000 seats or even 60,000 seats, there's only 60,000 seats.
yeah,
You can't sell more than that.
yes. No, I get you.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, I mean, we've also got to realize that it's the corporations that are billionaires as well. They have their own monetary, and they don't even use it for living because they're corporations. They're not people. I don't care what your fucking laws say. Corporations are not people. They're more like institutions. They're not people. Fuck you. Sorry, I got a little Australian there. No, like that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
No,
but
that's valid. And, the U.S. needs a reminder about that, too, because our fucking Supreme Court, I don't know what we just need another constitutional Congress. We're like, we have to do like a no confidence in our government thing and just redo it, do another constitution.
Well,
We've done
ours
it before.
sucks. Ours absolutely sucks. Like ours is one of the worst constitutions in the world. It's absolutely terrible. So, we need a decent constitution to start off with. But tangents in the chat. Tangents in the
New
chat.
constitutions for everyone.
Yay!
Thank you, Dr. Ehrman. We'll now get the opening statement from Dinesh D'Souza.
Okay, so now the comedy scene is here.
This will go well.
Thank you very much. The topic of suffering and its compatibility with the existence of God is not.
I think I forgot to speed this up. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm out of practice. 1 week away and I'm out of practice. It's terrible. I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Not a topic that I thought about for a long time.
We know, Dinesh.
And then in my debates.
Sorry?
He said, this isn't a topic I've thought about. And he goes on to say in a long time, but just this isn't a topic I've thought about. He could just stop there because we know, Dinesh.
That's every topic but conspiracy theories, to be fair. Right? Everything but stolen elections and vaccine stuff. That is every single topic, Dinesh. Like, seriously, man.
With some of the leading atheists, I realized that they'd often say that they didn't believe in God. They would invoke science and evolution. They talk about the evils of Christianity. But as you began to push back against those arguments, they would often back off or relent, and then turn to something that essentially made them very angry with God.
Wait, hang on. Evolution. Like, you've argued against evolution. Okay.
Of course he has.
Yeah, I mean, just because the problem of evil is the worst problem, but, sometimes the debate is about that. So something that you're very angry at with God. So is he trying to point to, Bart Ehrman's just angry at all the suffering in the world?
Yes. He's looking for reasons to justify his anger at God because he's angry at God, because, atheist.
Right. Okay.
Undermine the argument by that's got to be a fallacy. Like, oh well, your motives aren't pure, so your argument shouldn't be considered.
Well, I think it's just a straw man. So, I mean, the problem of evil, trying to sort of like, you're just angry at that there's suffering in the world. Like, this is an old problem that has been really, really commented on by a lot of philosophers who have said, hey, there is a logical conflict between the properties of classical theism, these three properties, and the existence of evil in the... I mean, you can put it in syllogism form, right? God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. An omnibenevolent God would not allow suffering in the world. An omnipotent God would be able to prevent suffering. An omniscient God would know how to stop suffering. There is suffering in the world, therefore a God cannot exist. Like, that's basically run down the syllogism. There's nothing, oh, it hurts that there's... That doesn't come into it.
Yeah. I mean, Euthyphro came up with his dilemma before Christianity even existed, and granted, the problem of evil is slightly different, but it's going off the same points.
Well, the Euthyphro is about morality, like the origins of morality and what's good. So that is a bit different. The Euthyphro's is something good because God says it's good, or is God relaying what is good to us? Does goodness come from some other place? That's the Euthyphro.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it's
it's a bit different.
I was debating Michael Shermer, the editor of Skeptic magazine, a self-proclaimed man of science. And in a recent debate, he said, but what really turned me against Christianity, he said, I was in college, and I had a beautiful girlfriend, and then she was paralyzed in an accident, and I went down on my knees, and I prayed to God to heal her, but he didn't. And he said, and then that was it. That was the tipping point. I decided that's enough of it for me with Christianity. And for a moment, as I saw him visibly kind of moved by retelling this incident, it occurred to me that in many cases, these are not atheists. They are, in fact, wounded theists. It's not that they don't believe in God, they're kind of angry with God. They have a...
One anecdote, therefore atheists are all angry at God. One dude.
And also, never mind the straw man, like the way he's I mean, fuck me for having to defend Michael fucking Shermer, but, like, there's a big difference between God wouldn't heal my girlfriend, therefore I'm mad at God, or the Bible promises God will heal my girlfriend and he didn't, therefore the Bible is bullshit, you know?
Right. I mean, he could have a point. Like if your problem of evil is why, part of the problem of evil is why do bad things happen to good people? And if he was a believing Christian that believed all his life, his wife was paralyzed, she was a good person, a believing Christian, he bought into the whole Job story where Job gets everything restored to him, even better than it was before, and that doesn't happen, right? Even though his faith doesn't wane, you might end up thinking it's bullshit. That's not, you going, oh, he was hurt by God. Well, he may have actually not believed because it contradicts what he is told about that God through the Bible and through pastors and through his religion, right? Like, that doesn't make him a non-believer.
Yeah,
but you might not agree with his reasons for not believing.
Dinesh grew up in India, right? He was born in Bombay. And so we could just as rightly ask, like, well, why don't you believe in Vishnu? Are you just mad at Vishnu? Like,
Yeah.
He would say, no, I don't believe in Vishnu because I believe in Jesus. So you don't believe Vishnu is real.
No, mate, he's just mad at Vishnu. He's
just mad at Vishnu, obviously.
Big mad, yeah. I often find that really dismissive as well. Like, it is very dismissive to sort of go... It's almost bordering on that precept thing of, you're denying God in your unrighteousness. You actually do believe in them. I'm going to read your mind and know that you believe in them and then project that onto you. It's a little bit... it's just a bad position to take. I really try not to do that. I try not to go, oh, well, this person doesn't really believe in God. They're just, making it up or shilling or whatever. I try not to do that because I'm sure there's people out there who are like that, but I've got no justification. I can't read people's minds.
Well, I mean, it's sort of a litmus test, right? Like Dinesh will confidently go out there and be like, well, you do believe in God, you're just angry about it, which is a bad faith thing. It's saying I can read your mind. It's so easy to turn around and be like, well, you're projecting. What I'm getting from you is that you don't believe in God and you're unsecure about that. So you're trying to diminish everybody else's disbelief. You're trying to pretend yourself into being a Christian. Now, I don't know that any more than Dinesh knows that I hate God, which I don't. You know, like it's just bad faith. And the fact no one picks up that bone, just it sets the stage. It goes to show Dinesh is willing to go bad faith right out of the gate, and his opponents don't. So at this point, do we even need to have a debate? Like,
apparently so.
Beef with God. And their atheism is a form of revenge. It's a form of hitting back.
And it also doesn't account for people like me that have never been a Christian all their lives. In secular countries, you get tons of them that have never been a Christian all their lives, or any religion all their lives. They've been raised in a secular household with no faith at all, no religion at all, and they still don't believe in God. How do you explain that? I don't think that God's done anything to me, and never did.
I mean, I'm equally angry at all the gods, apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
Against God for what he has done or what he has failed to do. And as I thought about this, and it occurred to me that actually here is a weird case where the Christian, the believer, is actually in exactly the same boat. The Christian also is a wounded theist. Why? Because it's very easy to affirm God and Christianity and salvation, but then when you lose your daughter or your brother in an unforeseen disaster, you turn around and say, God, what the heck? Why do you do this to me? You have the power to cure, to heal, but you're evidently not exercising that power.
Yeah, he's not actually addressing the problem of evil. He's just sort of pivoting to a kind of genetic fallacy of saying, well, if you've ever questioned why a God doesn't heal the sick or whatever, then you are not coming from a place where your information is correct, right? Like he's basically trying to undermine the origin of it by casting doubt on the, like, sort of invalidating the source, if you will. Basically by saying, kind of a poisoning the well kind of thing, right? This can't be a valid argument because they're starting from a place of emotion.
Yeah, that's not great. And the sucky thing is that he's in a position where he could call out the hypocrisy of a lot of believers. Like if he took that Michael Shermer story and he said, this is the same position a lot of believers are in. They're just lucky enough to have never had these car accidents, where they're willing to say God is good because their lives are good, because they haven't experienced suffering. They look at the suffering out there in the world, but to them it doesn't matter because it's not their lives.
Right. And it doesn't really explain why you can feel the same, not about your own life, but about others' lives. Like Bart Ehrman pointed out, there's tons of people starving in Africa. I don't have to have my family starve in order to want a God or want somebody to stop that suffering, right? Like it's not me being hurt because it happened to me. It's saying that there's something incongruous about a benevolent, all-powerful God not intervening in some way in that situation.
Yeah.
But I'm not angry at God for not doing it because... Yeah, but I'm not angry at the God because I don't think the God exists. So of course he doesn't intervene. Because a non-existent being can't intervene.
It is very difficult for a non-existent being to intervene. But
I found that myself, yeah.
Low-key, the back of my brain is noticing that Michael Shermer sort of outed himself as a right-wing extremist, as basically a teenager, young adult kind of thing, because he only cared about a problem when it affected him. Until then, he was
Right.
happy to go along with the oppressive system. And that's how he's been his
Oh.
entire fucking life.
Really? I don't think I've seen a ton of. I mean, I know who Michael Shermer is. I think I've seen some of his stuff, but I haven't seen a ton of him. Yeah, he sounds terrible. Sounds terrible.
He's in that crowd with Dawkins and Pinker and
Right.
the Atheists for Christian Nationalism group.
Ugh. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And so the Christian, too, is in exactly the same position of having a beef, if you will, with God. This makes this topic, I think, particularly interesting. I want to begin by looking at it in the philosophical way that Bart outlined. But then I also want to look at suffering in a practical way, in an experiential way, because suffering to me is not an intellectual problem. It's an emotional problem. It's not a...
Fuck you, Dinesh.
What? It's an emotional problem. Oh, you're feeling bad about those kids dying in Africa.
That's a you problem, bestie. You need to like have less empathy. Or if you're the person who's suffering, say for example, you've been hurt, forced out of your job, living in constant pain, and not expected to live very long. Well, if you're upset about that, that's a perspective issue. Really, you should reframe it and be grateful for what you do have,
And this is the guy that bitched about being indicted and convicted for his clear election fraud.
Mm-hmm. It's unfair to me personally.
Yeah. But this is the thing I've noticed about these far-right people. Every time it's somebody else, it's like, oh, well, you're being emotional, just get over it. Every time it's them, it's the entire world should care about this. They have this hierarchical view of the world where if you're at the bottom, nobody should care about you. But if you're them at the top, because they're always at the top, right? That's where they should be, that everyone should care about them. And I don't understand it. It's so wild.
I don't get it either. I don't get why the people in the middle and even many at the bottom go along with it. Like, the queen is, having a cold season flu fever something, hay fever maybe, whatever. Like, millions of people are sending condolences to the queen while they step over homeless people to do it. What the fuck?
Yeah. And like, my brother in Christ, they will not care about you if the same happens to you. Right? The person that you're destroying yourself to help, who's in actually a good position, would not stoop to help you. Why do they support them?
But the suffering, it's an emotion problem. You need to just like stop caring, bestie.
Yeah. Like, I would understand if he's saying, hey, this is an appeal to emotion. There's various counters to why that is not the case, right? And I think that Ehrman did, I think that there is a fine line between doing an appeal for emotion and really illustrating your point with these very confrontational things, right? And I think that he definitely used confrontational language about suffering, but I don't think he was making an appeal to emotion.
A problem, if you will, of a failure of logic. It's a problem of a kind of emotional breakdown in the face of unendurable pain. Now, you have three propositions. God is omnipotent, God is benevolent or loving, and there is evil and suffering in the world. And on the face of it, there appears to be a contradiction in affirming all those three premises. But if you think about it, the contradiction disappears if you supply the hidden premise. There's nothing inherently contradictory by saying God is omnipotent, God is loving, there's evil and suffering. There's no logical incoherence here. The logical incoherence only emerges when you add the following hidden premise. God has no moral justification for permitting the evil and suffering that in fact exists. If that is true, then the syllogism is totally wide.
It's not whether there's a justification, it's the fact that he seemingly can't achieve his goals in any other way, which
Yes.
implies he's not actually omnipotent.
Yes. And you know, but if you want to argue that the God has done this in that way because he is morally he is morally just or morally right to do it in this way to achieve what he wants, and what he wants is good, then you have to argue that the action, the suffering that happens, is actually a good thing, right? If you're saying, hey, God is moral for doing that, because he's saying you have to add a premise that God is morally responsible to stop that suffering. If he's not morally responsible, then it's morally correct not to stop that suffering, right? Like, that is the morally correct thing to do. Okay, so we have to, if you know, A equals not A. We've got to invert it. If he's saying it's morally it's not morally wrong to allow suffering, then it is morally right to allow suffering. Right? Like, that has to follow. Unless it's an amoral decision, which I don't see how it would be, to allow suffering. So that's got two problems. That's got two big problems. Number one is you have to turn to somebody who has lost their child to malaria at the age of, 9 months and say that's actually a good thing. And, William Lane Craig leans into that direction kind of thing. But the other thing is, well, why should we try to stop suffering? And that's the Mother Teresa approach. Suffering is actually a good thing. Why should we try and stop it? That's the other problem. That if you go along those lines, if you're creating medicine to stop malaria, then you're stopping the good thing that's happening.
You're interfering with God's will to cause maximum suffering, apparently.
Or the suffering that would naturally occur. Yeah. And I find it kind of trite to say, hey, God wants us to create medicines and create, solutions to these suffering problems exactly at the same rate that he wants it to happen. What is that? That is ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous.
Tight. So the question before us, as I see it, is to turn that assumption into a question. Does God have any good reason for allowing the evil and suffering? Not just evil and suffering, but the amount of evil and suffering that we see in the world. If there is a possible or plausible reason for God to allow it, then the syllogism collapses, and there's no contradiction in affirming God's omnipotence.
But then you have to...
Efficient reason.
Well, and plus then you'd have to acknowledge that allowing it is not evil, that it is not bad. That's actually a good thing that God, because if he's doing, it's like, okay, so I'll use this as an analogy, like going to the gym, right? Like, you're sore, you're in pain. I wouldn't say it's suffering, but let's say, for instance, you're suffering by going to the gym, right? Like, you have to go and work out, and you get sweaty, and it's disgusting, and you feel tired, and your muscles are sore. Yeah, all of that stuff is bad, right? But it's good for you. It's healthy. So when all all of the variables are accounted for, it is a good thing. Right? So we don't judge good and evil by its immediate responses. Okay, same with an amputation of a leg, right? Like, it is bad that it happens, but because the result may save somebody's life, it is a good thing, right? Even though in the immediate aftermath it may be bad, we look at this thing overall. So if you do that, and you're saying, well, down the line, God is actually planning the best for you, but that's the way that he's doing it, then you have to acknowledge it's a good thing. It's a good thing that he did that because of the result down the line. Okay, so basically you have to say, It is good that people suffer because God has this plan and he's executing it flawlessly, apparently.
He is
Um,
without error or something.
Well, there's another objection in there that if God wants a result, why does he have to use suffering to get it? Like, why can't he do it another way? Like I said, why can't you just stop mosquitoes from carrying malaria and achieve the same result? And that's never answered, mostly because they will say, oh, don't know. God only knows, and I don't know, but God knows it. Yeah.
Benevolence, even though there's a lot of evil and suffering in the world. I want to start by focusing for a moment on the book of Job that Bart mentioned, because it is true that Job is faced with this incomprehensible suffering. But what's really interesting about that story is that the reader of Job has a kind of double perspective. We can see what's going on with Job, but we can actually also see what's going on with God. We have a kind of bird's eye view. We can see God bargaining with the Satan. We can see the reason for Job's suffering, and the reason for Job's suffering is not that Job is a bad guy. Job's friends say that, but they're wrong. The reason for Job's suffering is that God and the Satan have entered into an arrangement. There is a kind of test underway. We know the reason that Job is suffering. So even though Job's suffering is incomprehensible to him, it is not incomprehensible to us. We are actually given, if you will, the second perspective. Nor is Job's suffering incomprehensible to God. When God shows up before Job, he does not say, I don't believe, contrary to what Bart says, suffering has no answer. I don't believe he squishes Job.
He never said that. He never said that. His point was that he said, how dare you ask that? Where were you when I created everything? His point was that Job is told not to question God. And if he suffers, he's got to believe it's for a good reason. He should have faith no matter what God does to him. That's the whole point. I think Dinesh is confused. And he seems to be doing a rebuttal in his introduction, which is kind of weird as well. Look, I never like when that happens, honestly. I always dislike it.
Mm-hmm.
Job, I don't believe he ever says to Job, you shouldn't question. When he says to Job, were you present when the foundations of the world were laid? What is God getting at? What's he actually saying? What he seems to be saying, it seems to me...
prophesying the coming of Ken Ham.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, were you there?
Were you there?
Yeah. But I don't know how that could be read any other way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how that could be read any other way. It's 38 to 41.
What now?
I'm just looking through the book of Job for that thing. Like, he's basically saying, hey, it shouldn't be treated like, where were you? You know, it shouldn't be treated like he's basically saying, how dare you question me? You know what I mean? Like, that's what Dinesh seems to be saying. I'm just trying to find the verse now.
The question with Dinesh is whether he's misrepresenting scriptures because he doesn't understand the scripture or because he's trying to like, is he dumb or lying? Like, you can never tell with Dinesh. Is he stupid or lying? Because he kind of does both a lot.
Yeah, so it sort of says, like, it goes on a long time, but it says, who is this that obscures my plans with words without knowledge? Right? So brace yourself like a man. I will question you and you shall answer me. So Job is asking sort of why he's being punished. And God's sort of like, how dare you ask? I got to agree. I mean, surprising that the biblical scholar is the one that knows more about the Bible, but I Yeah, all right. No, I have to disagree with Dinesh on this one. It absolutely seems like Bart Ehrman's correct. It's like, I am the one that provides you with sustenance. I'm the one that makes the rain fall for you. It's kind of, how dare you question me?
Is your knowledge is local. My knowledge is divine. Your knowledge is ultimately human knowledge. It's based on an extremely narrow compass, a very limited perspective. You don't have the God's eye view. And therefore, as humans, if you say, I don't see any reason why a fawn in a forest should be consumed by a forest fire, what you're really saying is that as a human being, I don't see the reason, but it doesn't follow that there is no reason. In other words, in order for that statement to hold weight, you basically have to find fault with God's architecture of the universe.
Yeah, but that doesn't address the question. Because Bart Ehrman's entire point was, God tells you not to question him, not to ask why suffering happens, not to investigate why suffering happens, just accept it. That's the entire point. You've missed the point, Dinesh. You missed the point completely. You're basically going, well, there is a reason. God knows what it was. It's like, yeah, but that wasn't Bart Ehrman's point. His point was that you're not supposed to ask God what it is. I don't get
questions? I would have taken no questions. This isn't a press conference.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm the one asking the questions here, buddy. So
why is it the all-knowing needs to ask questions if he's all-knowing?
I don't know. I don't know.
And in some sense, that, it seems to me, is the topic that we are debating. Why did God design the world in the way that he did? And to me, the lesson of the book of Job is, let's be a little careful before we arrogantly say, this design is faulty. It should have been done better. We know a better way that the world could have been designed. So right away, to me, the book of Job is conveying a demand, which I hope we can respect in the debate, to acknowledge the narrow circle of human reason and the great room of human fallibility and the great difficulty of assessing something. This would almost be akin to an ant trying to assess, if you will, how human beings have organized the universe.
Yeah, this seems like an appeal to ignorance, like a God of the gaps kind of thing. It's almost like it. It's like, well, we don't know what the reason is, but God knows what the reason is. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't... You're basically saying, hey, it makes no sense. And sort of, we've got to be careful. Well, I know that you could take one disease away and the world would have less suffering. And presumably that's in God's power. So I don't get it. You're basically saying that this, say the Spanish flu, which killed 30 million people, that was in God's plan, or God knows the reason for it, so therefore it's a good thing. It's perfectly fine. Wow, I just... This is an absolute non-starter. Absolute non-starter.
Especially since we know that God, according to the scriptures, is capable of killing people painlessly.
Yeah.
Like in the Passover. They just die in their sleep.
Because from the ant's point of view, it makes no sense. Nevertheless, I want to push forward a little bit, because it seems to me when we think about suffering, we have to try to understand it. We are human, we have reason, and we are supposed to use it.
Yeah, no one claims that humans are benevolent or all-powerful. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you want to compare God to an ant looking on humanity, well, the ant probably shouldn't worship humans. Okay? Humans do not have the ant's best interest at heart. Okay? We are not benevolent to ants. Do you understand this? Like, we didn't create our cities for the ants. So I think this is a false analogy, because he's sort of saying it's like ants looking at humans and all of the, suffering that they experience and go, well, we don't understand why the humans are doing this. Well, yeah, true. That is true. But no one's claiming that the humans are benevolent to ants. Whereas you're claiming that God is benevolent to humans. Right? So your analogy doesn't work. It falls down. Because in your example that you're trying to analogize, humans are dicks to the ants. and the mechanisms and the infrastructure was never made in their best interests.
So there are two kinds of evil and two kinds of suffering. There is moral evil, and there is natural suffering. Moral evil is the evil that human beings do.
Okay, so slight point. How can, if God does all of the natural events, if he sends the floods, sends the fires, creates the diseases, then it's not natural suffering. There's no such thing as natural suffering. It's all moral evil. This is where Dinesh is trying to get out of the problem with natural evils. Okay, you've probably heard this before, but when you talk about the problem of evil and why, you know, there's horrendous murderers and, you know, God did nothing to stop the Nazis kind of thing, they will basically go, well, free will. But the real problem of evil is the natural evils, like the fires, floods, tornadoes that Bart Ehrman referenced earlier, all of these natural events. But if God sent those natural events or orchestrated them in some way or did not stop them, then that is a moral choice. He's just kicking the can down the road here. You know, I think that he's just trying to escape an explanation for why God allows these natural events to absolutely just, you know, make humans suffer. Because that's God, right? Ninjester for 25 months. Wow, thank you, Ninjester. Commentator, message, red ants don't accept the wrath of God. Ask how I know. How do you know that, Jester? Look, I think there's some ants like bull ants that are really painful. I respect ants' sort of their contempt for humanity. I respect it. But at the same time, don't like ants in my house, I got to admit. Do not like it, rather not have it. Yeah, so this is don't buy into this sleight of hand. There's still a problem in natural evil unless Dinesh is claiming that God either doesn't cause natural events or has no power to stop natural events. And Bart Ehrman, hopefully he will get into, well, he could, you know, Jesus could pacify the storm. Why didn't he stop a tsunami? It's a good point. He should be able to. Why not? You know, this whole natural suffering, it doesn't get you out of the moral question of why God ought to or ought not to do something, because God has power over those natural events. So it's just a dodge, it's just a smoke and mirrors.
To each other, or to animals, or to the creation. Natural suffering is hurricanes, disease, tsunamis.
So think about what he's saying here, that if God has no moral choice over this, if he ought to do something about these natural events or not, number one, did he cause them? Because if he caused them, then he's directly responsible. But number two is, even if he didn't cause them, which I find hard to believe a Christian wouldn't say, is if he has power over them. And if he doesn't have power over these natural events, then he's not omnipotent, right? He's not all-powerful. So how is that possible? Because it breaks one of the legs of this problem of evil. It breaks one of them. If God doesn't have... So if God does have power over them, and he knows they're happening because he's omniscient, and he's benevolent, the question is, why doesn't he stop them? Why doesn't he use that power to stop them? That's a moral choice, not just a natural choice. Because don't forget, in those complex moral problems, if you do nothing, that is a moral choice in and of itself. If you choose to do nothing, it's still a choice. If you witness a crime and somebody is horrendously hurt and you choose to do nothing to help or not to alert the police or do nothing whatsoever, that is still a choice. That is still a choice.
Forest fires and so on. I wouldn't call this natural evil because a hurricane isn't evil, but of course hurricanes do impose a lot of suffering.
That is not what we're saying. We're saying that if you fail to stop that, if I was a person with God's power and I could stop the hurricane, I would, because it causes suffering. Now, either A, God doesn't have a choice to stop it or not, where he's not omnipotent, or B, he chooses not to, which leads you down another fork of either that hurricane is a good thing by God's standards, or God isn't omnibenevolent.
So there's moral evil and there's natural suffering. And we might in each case ask, why does God allow it?
There you go.
Let's say a word first about moral evil, because it's very easy to look at the Holocaust. It's very easy to look at a serial killer. It's very easy to look at horrible things that human beings do and say, point the finger at God. Why did God allow the Holocaust? But of course, God didn't do the Holocaust. That was the Nazis. That was Hitler.
Yeah, Catholic Church was kind of in on it a little bit, Dinesh, just saying.
And they did it because they wanted to. They did it because they had the will to do it. In fact, Nietzsche speaks about the will to power, a phrase very popular with the Nazis, by the way. So we see the reason for why the Nazis did what they did, free will. They did it because human beings have choice, and human beings exercise that choice well, but they many times exercise it very badly.
Okay, so this free will argument... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to be said about free will, but like God's whole thing is saving the Jews and taking them to safety.
Hmm?
What do you mean? He couldn't stop. Like, was Pharaoh not? We can't free you, Moses, because Pharaoh has free will, which he stomped all over. But never mind that.
Hmm? Yeah, and that's the thing. He intervenes in a lot of cases in the Old Testament, changing people's minds through dreams, through punishments, through threats, through all kinds of actions, in order to get them to stop doing what they're doing or make them do something they don't want to. He does not seem to respect free will all throughout the Old Testament at all. So this sort of, what changed, I guess, is a question. But, yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's something to that. There's something to that, hey, you've got to protect free will kind of thing. And it's like, okay, but I really want to hear his solution to the natural evils, because that's the one that trips them up. And that's why I think he's framing it as God has no power over this, but he does. Why doesn't he allow it?
Mm-hmm. Like,
So
I can come up with counter arguments like, well, if he doesn't allow the hurricane, then the consequence down the line is out of control global warming and everything on Earth cooks and you end up with a giant Sahara Desert. So,
But
you
why?
have to allow the hurricane, even though it causes suffering. But if you're going to say he's all powerful,
yes,
the
then he doesn't
consequences
have
don't
to.
apply.
Yep.
Now, God could, of course, have prevented the Holocaust. How? Essentially, he would have had to block Hitler's free will, or block the Nazis from exercising free will, or block all human beings from having free will. But I think it is at the core of God's creation, certainly the Christian understanding, that God makes us, to some degree, like him, free, having the ability to choose between good and evil. That's the whole point of the choice in the garden. The harder choice traditionally in discussing theodicy or suffering is not so much with moral evil, but more with natural suffering. Because while it's very easy to say that Ted Bundy did what he did, or Hitler did what he did, hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes are sometimes, even insurance companies call them acts of God. Human beings didn't do them, so God must have.
Well, it depends on your theology, but, I think that most Christians would say that God does everything natural in the world, right? Like he is responsible for the way that all natural things work. Like he was the one that flooded the earth and, caused storms and things like that. So why would that be true in the past, but not true now? Has God let Jesus take the wheel? I don't know what happened there. That, if a storm came, that was God in the past, right? If there was a plague that came, that was God in the past. But it seems like now that we find reasons behind these things that aren't God, It's like, well, God doesn't do that anymore. Did he ever in the past? It's wild, right? Like,
So why, in fact, do we have natural evils, natural suffering? Why did God design the world in that way? Now, for many centuries, this was sort of a philosophical question, and philosophers would sit around in their offices and kind of cogitate about how the world could have been alternatively designed. The mathematician and philosopher Leibniz, some centuries ago, said that God could have designed the world in many different ways, and he actually envisioned all those designs, and then he picked the best one. And that's the world we live in, the best of all possible worlds. So there's a kind of acres of philosophical speculation about all this, but what's really interesting, if you think about it, when you look at the design of the world and the design of our planet, this is actually, in fact, a scientific question. Why are there earthquakes is a question that science can answer. And I would argue.
So why is there suffering in the world? He's not going for, like, why does God allow it? He's not going to answer that. He's going to go for, like, the scientific explanation, which doesn't involve God whatsoever. Like, why is there disease? Because there are organisms who strive to survive, and that is detrimental to our health and well-being, not out of any kind of malice, but rather they're just trying to survive in the best way they can. Like, that doesn't explain why God allows it or designed it that way. It's like a why question that's like, why are you watching this stream tonight? Oh, because I, like, mark, and subscribed or whatever, as opposed to the internet connects you up with the Google server, and that allows you to, you know what I mean? One sort of a how that occurs question, rather than a what is the intention question. Right?
Yeah,
so he's kind of...
Is it that way?
Yeah, like, he's muddying the waters here, because the question we are asking is, what is the intention? Why is God permitting this stuff? What is his intention for permitting this stuff? And he's turning it into, how do these things occur naturally? And it's like, that doesn't...
He's taking away God's power. He's saying God can't help it. He can't override nature any more than he can override free will. Well, then what
sounds like that. Right. Like, so if God doesn't intervene because of free will, and God doesn't intervene because of natural laws, where does God intervene?
This all-powerful guy doesn't have much power.
Argue that science has, in fact, answered it. Why are there earthquakes? There are earthquakes not because the gods are angry. In some ways, when Voltaire railed against the Lisbon earthquake, he was agreeing with the primitive consensus of thousands of years ago that hurricanes were the work of an angry God. And Voltaire was saying, why doesn't God do it some other way, not have these earthquakes?
Well, God was an atheist, so really he was giving an argument as to why the God doesn't exist, right? Like it's weird that Janesh thinks this is Voltaire angry at a God. It's weird, because he's sort of saying, hey, this is an tragic, terrible act of God, that if God sent this earthquake, why do it? Man, Dinesh, wow, dude, my guy, you've got to stop listening to, like, pre-subs.
But the reason we have earthquakes is that underneath the Earth are giant plates, and these plates happen to move. Plate tectonics. And how many planets have plate tectonics? As far as we know, only one.
I don't think that's true. I think that other planets... Doesn't Venus have tectonics?
Venus has tectonic plates, but they haven't been moving around all that much in a long time. Mars does too, for that matter.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of discussion among areologists as to whether Mars's northern hemisphere is 5 kilometers lower in altitude than the southern hemisphere on average, because something happened where the northern crust slipped over the southern hemisphere.
Right.
I personally
Um,
think it's a big fucking crater, but the point is there are plate tectonics. It's just Mars is so cold because it's been a long time and it doesn't have a big giant moon to keep it warm like ours does. And it's slowed down so much. But even the moon has earthquakes still.
yeah, I've heard that in Mars quakes, right?
Mhm.
So they do have tectonic plates, but they might not be active. But I'm reading here that some moons may have tectonic activity. So I don't, just sort of saying, hey, this is a thing for Earth. Okay, how does that get to why? Like, it's almost saying, like, well, God couldn't have put life on the Earth unless he had these horrible disasters. And it's like, why? If he's all powerful, why is he constrained by this kind of thing? He's obviously not constrained by the laws of nature in the Bible, right? He can multiply fishes and, cause people to rise from the dead and make seas part in the middle. None of that is according to natural law. So why does he need to follow these natural laws all of a sudden? Or make the natural laws different?
Yeah,
I don't
why
know.
do you need volcanoes for outgassing to build an atmosphere? Why not have trees breathe out the atmosphere or something?
Sure.
Or candy atmosphere. Why not?
Yeah. Have cake plants. Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. Let's get something awesome out of this. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, why have it in that way? Because God can't do it any other way? I'm sorry, are you presuming to put limits on a God? How dare you? How dare you, Dinesh?
Blasphemy.
How dare you? Absolutely. I get my tar and feathers right now.
And how many planets have life? As far as we know, only one. And these two things happen to be very closely related. Plate tectonics is not simply something that contributes to life, it's actually something that is essential for life.
Why?
By the way, plate tectonics is responsible for the fact that on this Earth, the land is separated from the sea. If the land were not separated from the sea, since our planet is 2/3 water, the entire Earth would be submerged with water to a level of 400 feet. So you can imagine fish surviving in such an environment, but no land creatures, and certainly not us. Plate tectonics, by the way, is also responsible for all the biodiversity of flora and fauna we see on the planet. It's responsible also for...
Yes, but
No.
God could have the tectonic activity without the horrific earthquakes. Couldn't he? Like, you're sort of just saying...
There's a bunch of problems here.
Oh, yeah.
For one thing, I mean, I don't care to do the math to check his claim about the depth of the water if the Earth were smooth as a cue ball. But we do know that a lot of the water on the Earth's surface got there because of tectonic activity, that most of Earth's water natively exists in the mantle as sort of like a lubricating layer, you might say. And it gets ejected in volcanic eruptions, in mid-oceanic ridges, and that sort of thing. So without tectonic activity, there wouldn't be much water on the surface in the first place. But also, there's so much else. Biodiversity, that's evolution, not geology.
Yes.
You don't need volcanoes to make mutations work,
Yeah, absolutely. And volcanoes is another one, sure. You mentioned it earlier. Why not outgas through some other mechanism? Why not just not have, hot lava spewing out? I think that what Dinesh is doing is he's pointing to these natural mechanisms that we've figured out. And let me tell you, nobody prayed for these answers. People studied it. Just ridiculous. But he's sort of pointing to them and saying, hey, we understand how they contributed to life on Earth, therefore God. And it's like, well, no, you haven't shown that. And the suffering that we're talking about isn't the mechanism itself, right? Like, it isn't plate tectonics that makes people suffer. It happens all the time. around us. We just don't notice because it's so slow, right? It's the earthquakes where the plates may slip against one another, or there may be some kind of friction event kind of thing. It's only one tiny part of it. So why not just do away with that part? And if you're saying God can't make tectonic activity happen without causing horrendous earthquakes of slipping on the plates, what kind of a God is that? Puny God? I do like what Tommy said here. So if earthquakes are necessary for life, they happen before the fall? Well, we don't know. That's the thing. Like that's a really good question though. And I would follow it up, and it's a fantastic question to ask, but another one is, do you think that women had children without any pain whatsoever before the fall? Because it literally says that the pangs of childbirth are caused by your disobedience to God.
I mean, in a way, that's so. I mean, it's a poem, or it started as a poem. It may have been propaganda. It's hard to say, but like before you have knowledge of good and evil, then you don't have the immoral act of lust and all this and that, and so you're not reproducing. You're not having children without that kind of carnal knowledge, and so there's no
Right.
pains of childbirth. It's because of the knowledge that you become able to conceive insofar as you start having sex, and therefore now you're susceptible to the pains of childbirth that you wouldn't have been before.
Okay. Yeah, fair. It's just, yeah. I wonder how that worked, like whether women before the fall were just popping them out like a like a slippery slide kind of thing, just yeeting children with no problem whatsoever. Like, it just seems ridiculous.
If we had smaller skulls. So clearly the problem is too much knowledge. It's they were educated too much.
Well, the problem with me, I'm too educated. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Or the temperature of the planet being stable, a kind of planetary thermostat. It also regulates the exposure of the planet to lethal gases and bombardments from the outside. The bottom line of it is a whole raft of scholars, quoted in my book, say that in the absence of plate tectonics, not only would there be no human life on the planet, there would really be no life at all.
Well,
So
he's
we live on a
drawing additional conclusions here, like
Yeah.
what he's pointing at with like the cosmic rays and shit. The Earth's magnetic field does a big part of it, but to have that, you have to have an active internal geosphere, not just plate
Yeah.
tectonics, but a moving core. This is why Venus has a very weak magnetic field, why the Martian one is basically non-existent. But also, and I don't think he's pointing at that with his plate tectonics. I don't think he understands the subject that deeply. I think what he's getting at is the outgassing that results from the plate tectonics, because the next best way to block cosmic rays is with a big, thick atmosphere. But you
Yeah.
could do a better job with Venus's atmosphere. So why isn't there life there?
Well, because God didn't want there to be life there, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Checkmate, atheists.
planet that is biocentric, hospitable to life, and it happens to be a planet that has earthquakes. But now we can generalize from that and ask about all the other features of our planet. And here we come to something very interesting in our debate. Between theists and atheists for about 30 years, there has been a debate over something called the fine-tuned universe.
Notice how he didn't actually explain why God allows that suffering. Notice that he didn't actually explain it. Right? He just said, oh, the planet's like this. This is why it happens. It allows for life on the planet, but doesn't actually explain why God allows it.
Well, it's a reason, which is what he was. So he's substituting one point for another. He's saying, "Look, we have a reason, therefore you have placed a question."
But then you would have to say, right? Like, so if what is good is, after all facts have been accounted for, it is good that it happens, right? You would have to say that the earthquakes are not bad, they are a good thing. That's what you would have to argue.
Happy little earthquakes.
Yeah, and I don't think that earthquakes are a good thing. I think that plate tectonics is a good thing, like in general, but I think that that is a different question, whether the earthquakes are a good thing, right? Because
Yeah, like
earthquakes
when the
are a horrendous
universe,
thing.
you don't need earthquakes to have plate tectonics.
Correct.
They could just
Correct.
slide smoothly around.
Yep. And often they usually do.
Mhm.
Right? They usually do. They don't, usually these plates move at a constant speed without earthquakes or tremors or any of this stuff happening, right?
Mhm.
So you're basically saying that the earthquakes are a good thing, whereas my argument is, well, plate tectonics are good because they allow life and everything like that, but the side effect of earthquakes is a bad thing. But I don't think earthquakes or allowing earthquakes is evil, because I don't think any being out there either causes them or allows them to happen. So that's not evil. It's just natural things happening.
Well, Mark,
Yeah.
back in the garden, all plate tectonics were smooth, but because of the fall, now the design doesn't quite work as well.
Well, I'll use an analogy for you. I can say that gravity in general is a good thing, right? So we don't float off the thing. But a person falling and dying is bad, right? But you don't need the fall, the person tripping and falling and hurting themselves or dying for there to be gravity, right? He's basically saying, hey, there has to be these earthquakes in order for tectonics to work. And that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah. Why is our gravity such that if we fall downstairs, we could break our necks? Why not, 1/10 gravity, where if we fall and land on our heads, it's a minor bruise,
Yeah. Look, and it's the same argument as, hey, getting melanomas is a bad thing. He's saying, well, melanomas come from the sun and we need the sun, so therefore God allows it. But it's like, that doesn't answer the question. We're not asking why he allows something that is conducive for human health and human life. We're asking why he allows this side effect of it, which is horrendous. Like, he's just deflecting. It's absolutely, like, Dinesh is so terrible. You are terrible. A tie does not save you, sir. That is terrible argumentation.
What is the fine-tuned universe? It's simply the idea that the universe is fine-tuned, carefully calibrated, if you will, for life, specifically for complex life like ours. And by and large, this debate has been between theists who say, look, we have a fine-tuned universe, and that points to a fine-tuner, i.e. God, and the atheist who says, not necessarily, maybe there are other universes, and so on. But as far as I know, no one has explored the implications.
That complex life happened, but it's clearly not the intention of the universe, because there's a whole lot of universe where that's not happening.
Right. Yeah,
we're more like the anomaly.
I think the argument also is that so the fine-tuning seems to be like, they seem to be arguing that we wouldn't exist without it, but we don't know the constraints at which life can exist. For instance, right, there's bacteria found. Well, there's bacteria being found on the inside of nuclear reactors, right? Like the radiation blasts apart their DNA and it kind of repairs itself and scuttles back together. It's ridiculous. Like, life seems to be a lot more tolerant of conditions than we originally thought, like 100 years ago. There is bacteria which, when taken to space, it kind of goes dormant and then it wakes back up when it gets brought back into the atmosphere. Like, it literally can survive space. So life is a lot more tolerant than we give it credit for a lot of the time. we go to deep sea vents in crushing pressure, that are ridiculous degrees, and there's thermophiles down there, organisms which enjoy heat that we would absolutely not last 1 second in. There are these creatures, these organisms. So the question isn't whether humans would exist if these dials, these fine-tuning, it's whether life would exist. So, and complex life, it's a lot more tolerant than we think.
Of the fine-tuned universe for suffering. Why? Because if the universe is fine-tuned to produce complex life, and specifically human life, then the universe is a little bit like a very finely calibrated violin. Let me put it this way. Imagine that you wanted to create a very particular kind of sound, and you designed a violin of a particular type of wood, of particular dimensions, with a particular number of strings, all produced just so to produce that sound.
Wait, hold it. But that's assuming that the laws of nature, because the reason why you would use that string and that wood is because the laws of nature determine that that's what you need to get that sound. But it's not the same with a god, because he's determining the laws of nature, right? You may be using maple, for instance, in your violin, and going, oh, I'll need to get that sound. Well, it's God that determined that maple produces that sound. He could have just as easily said, hey, balsa wood could produce that sound, and maple makes it sound like a cat getting strangled. You know what I mean? This is the problem here. He's basically taking away the power of God to affect natural laws. He's saying, hey, God's bound by natural laws, so he couldn't have done it any other way.
Heretic.
Yeah,
but also he's doing the apologist thing, where he's substituting the question that is before him with the answer to a completely different question. Like, he's supposed to be talking about suffering, and here he is making a case that fine-tuning is a real thing and therefore God.
Right,
now, maybe he'll try to connect the two and say the suffering is an inevitable consequence of the only possible design, but that's just limiting God in another way.
Right.
So
no, I think he is tying it in, because he's sort of saying, hey, the suffering is a side effect of the fine-tuning of the universe to make it exactly as we see it in front of us. Right? And you're right. He is limiting God's power in doing that. He's basically saying there's no other way that God could have designed the universe that would have less suffering in it. So out of my sort of the way I reviewed it, as like you either lean into it as God allowed it, he's leaning into the one that takes God's omnipotence away, basically saying, hey, he couldn't have done it any other way. That's terrible.
Now, you could certainly say that the violin could be made another way. You could use other types of wood. You could put more strings or fewer strings. You could eliminate certain imperfections in the violin by doing it this way or that way. But the fact is, if you did that, you wouldn't get that type of a sound.
Yeah, but that's God's choice. That's God's choice. Like, I don't know why he doesn't understand this. That if you're saying, hey, God has to adhere to the he can't fine-tune it so that there is tectonic activity without earthquakes, the results of what comes from it, the side effects, if you will, then that is taking power away from that God. He is no longer all-powerful. He is constrained by certain natural laws that govern how universes come out. So yeah, he's just completely completely negated his own God's power, which is just wild to see in his introduction. I mean, I thought it would take longer for him to completely screw himself, but apparently not. Apparently he'll do that straight off the bat. Great.
You'd get a different sound. Another way to put it is that our universe, one physicist, this is the atheist physicist Lee Smolin at Princeton, he talks about the whole universe being akin to God sitting at a desk with a bunch of dials. Every dial is set to a particular number. Now, the point is, Smolin's question is, what if you sneak in the room and fool with the dials? What if you change them? And his point is that if you change them, you'd get no universe, you'd get no life.
Well,
We don't know any of those things.
Yeah, we don't know that. I mean, that's just, I think Dinesh has just sort of, like, it sounds like an atheist has done something about, well, what if we mess with the fine tuning? I think that he's adding on that we'd get no universe, we'd get no life. Now, a universe may exist, but it'd be very different to the one we have now. Life may exist, but it'd be very different to the one we are now. Complex life may exist, but it'd be very different to us now. Like, that's the thing. We don't know because we haven't been able to test any of this. So it really is just conjecture. How, if the things were different, how it would come out. Sure, there would be some cases where the universe wouldn't form. Like, you know, if the gravitational constant was different and it was a lot higher, you know, Big Bang wouldn't happen, etc., etc. But we don't know for sure. We just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know if they can be any different, but also there's so many other sides to this coin. It's not even a coin, it's more like a D20. It's probably got even more than 20 sides. Like, many people often posit that we could end up with a universe that's better for life.
Yeah.
But also, Dinesh is making the assumption that getting life is the point, when
Yes.
it's more like, based on what we see from the universe, that life is an inevitable outcome, and this universe is fine-tuned to minimize the amount of life that shows up.
Seems to
You
be.
can't quite eliminate it, but
Yeah.
we've got it pinned down to just one planet.
Well, we don't know that either. You know, whether life
Yeah.
is just on one planet. We have no idea of that either. But I think you've got a really good point there. He's sort of assuming that life is the point. I suppose that is central to his argument. You're sort of asking why the world is the way it is, including suffering. And his thing is, well, you know, it's been fine-tuned for that. It's like, well, does God not have control over that dials in a way that will like, at least minimize some of that harm?
Yeah.
And
If he can't control the dials as finely as he would like, then he built
Right.
shitty dials. And
Yeah.
again, his power's limited.
Yes. And so what's the difference between a god and a hyper-intelligent extra-dimensional alien working under the constraints of the laws of nature? What's the difference? They're both limited. I mean, they seem like they have unlimited power, but then you're doing the ant comparison. Ant looks at the humans and goes, they're insane power. We know that's not true. Right? We know that we're relatively powerless against certain things. We're not gods. So really, all he is doing is just invalidating his concept of a god and
What's
losing the debate.
opposite? Like, when you
Sorry?
take a mortal and turn them into a god, that's called apotheosis. What
Yeah.
happens when you take God and you make them no more powerful than a mortal, or even less powerful?
Ooh.
Is there a term for that?
Mundaniosis. I don't know. That's a good question, though. I'd like to know it. Yeah, dial 42. Absolutely, Megan Fox. Dial 42 is the main one. Absolutely. Absolutely.
There's only one dial, and it's set to 42.
Yeah, it's set to 42. Yep.
The point I'm trying to make is this. If God wanted to design a lawful world with human beings in it, modern science says that he has actually chosen the way to do that.
No, modern
No.
science doesn't say anything of the sort. In fact, it's sort of, a lot of physicists have sort of said, yeah, there's probably more optimal ways to fine-tune the universe, if you will. Like, there's probably more optimal ways to do it.
Yeah, if getting humans was the goal the whole time, then you wouldn't need 5 mass extinctions to get to us.
Right. And all the black holes and other galaxies and other, you know, just the ridiculous size of the universe. Like, humans only exist on one planet. Now, I don't know about other life, but humans are... So if the point is for humans, why all the extra room, my guy?
Well, he's not even looking at that. He's stuck
Well,
on
that's
his
true.
mythology that
Yeah.
the whole point of everything is humans. Humans are the ultimate goal, so we may as well stop evolving, trying to grow and change. This is it. This is perfection. This is what the universe was created for. So everybody stop before someone goes a step farther and shows that all of what I just said is bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ninjester for $2. Thank you so much, Jester. That's awesome. My name is Jester. That's the word for it, Jester. So justification? Is that what we're talking about?
Justification.
Justification? I like it. I think we have a new word. Justification, the practice of taking a divine being and reducing it to a mundane human. There you go. Justification.
Now, when we talk about Jesus, we can refer to him as being justified.
Justified. Hey, you look, you paid for that. Like, I would say you asked for it, but you paid for that. In more ways than one. But thank you, Jester. I do appreciate it, mate. Your name will live on in infamy. Cultists wandering the wastelands of the future will call out the name of Jester. Woohoo!
An old universe, a physical universe, a universe operating by laws, and they have to be these laws if we are going to come out at the end of it.
Why? Why do they have to be these laws? Wow.
Sure, God could have made the world with other laws, but then we wouldn't be around to debate the question. He would have gotten other type of beings, maybe extraterrestrials, maybe ET. But the whole theodicy question is not, why didn't God design another universe with extraterrestrials in it and no suffering? What the atheist, it seems to me, is saying is, why didn't God design the universe differently with me in it and still have no suffering? And my point is, that is like the kid who wants to have the ice cream that never ends. It's a fantasy, because what modern science is showing us is
What? The ice cream that never ends.
I'd like a sandwich that never ends. I mean,
think
I'd put it down from time to time, but still.
Yeah. I mean, but an ice cream that never ends. I mean, can't God make an ice cream that never ends? What's heaven then? Isn't heaven a place where none of this stuff applies, where there is no suffering? Are you saying he can't make heaven?
Maybe that's why he needs to make a new heaven and a new earth, because he forgot the infinite ice cream and sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and look, I'm not going to any heaven that doesn't have infinite ice cream. I'm sorry. It just isn't happening. It just isn't happening.
that for the universe to produce human beings, it needs to be designed this way. It has to be as old as it is. It has to have...
And how old is that, Dinesh? How old is... Just for the record, mate, how old is that? Fucking hell. Yeah, this no, I'm with you, Tommy. This is so stupid. Like, this is basically saying, hey, God had to design it in the way that it is. Don't ask why. Don't ask why he couldn't have, you know, just not introduced a horrendous plague. Don't ask why he had to have, you know, horrendous wildfires and things. Don't ask why. Just don't ask. It is ignorance, is what it is. Willful ignorance. Because he's not actually explaining why it is the way it is. All he's saying is that God has limitations that exactly happen to match up with the natural laws we discover through science. Just happen to. Who knows why?
the laws that it does. Other laws, other types of creatures at the end point. So where does this really get us? Where it really gets us, I think, is to quite a remarkable point in which we are now learning through science to understand a little better God's providence. We understand through science why the world is the way it is. And we're also seeing, in some sense, why it has to be that way. Now, I'll come back a little bit later, I'm out of time, to the issue of miracles, interventions in the natural order. I want to come back to that and reserve that point. But I just want to affirm for now that if we have a lawful universe, Then modern science says there are not 50 ways to design it to get human beings at the end. There is, in fact, one way to design it, and God used that way. So weirdly, what we see here is a way in which providence may be exercised in the world. And I think as for us as humans,
Well, then God is incredibly like, why wisdom teeth, Dinesh? If that's what God wanted, why do wisdom teeth kill people? Like, why do we suffer through that entire ordeal when they literally do nothing? I don't get it. I don't get it. Because if he wanted humans as they are, giving them wisdom teeth is a really bad way to get them. It's almost like we used to use these teeth in the past, and now we don't anymore. Weird.
Well, you know, it was really important for humans to have chins, and that required some reshaping of the jaw, and you know, there's just not enough for all those teeth.
But this is the thing. When you sort of look at humans and evolution, and it sort of says, hey, women have such horrible birthing pains because of the growth of the cranial cavity that naturally occurred with the growth of the brain, which we needed to survive and was our main survival trait, as opposed to a snake, a talking snake tricked a woman into eating a magic fruit, is why there's birthing. You know, one makes sense and is a reason. The other is a fucking fairy tale. You know, this is what we're working with here.
Have you considered, without the talking snake, we couldn't have earthquakes and malaria and all the other things that we need to have?
Without the talking... I think we would have earthquakes without the talking snake. I think. Wow. Okay. Well, that is. I'll just find out if he has finished his terrible arguments. It's just he's basically I feel like he's just doing a look at the trees. That's what I feel like he's doing. You know, he's pointing around to all of the things around us and saying, "Hey, humans are here. So are these things. Therefore, these things were needed for humans, and God knew that." What? Why are earthquakes needed for humans? Like, why can't we point to something that is not needed for humans to exist? Like, oh, I don't know, the Spanish flu. Because guess what? Humans have been doing a lot better since the Spanish flu. So the Spanish flu, basically, it kind of was so lethal and so prevalent, it kind of wiped itself out. Like, it was too effective. Everybody got immune to it. Those who weren't immune to it were kind of dead. So it's one where it really it's vanished, and people are in dread of it coming back. Kind of, yeah, but you know, people are in dread of it coming back, and rightly so, because it was really lethal. I think we'd deal a lot better with it, you know, as opposed to 1918. We'd deal a lot better with it today.
Yeah, we do every year. The reason that flu is so deadly is because it was the first pandemic flu. Every flu that we have every year is a descendant of that flu.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, but I guess, you know, why do you have to make it in the first place? Like, couldn't the world just be better for humans if you just didn't make that flu? And, you know, that flu killing, you know, so many babies, and, you know, I mean, you're talking about stuff like whooping cough, cholera, sudden infant death, you know, just all of these things, like malaria killing babies. Like, are you saying that we needed to have that in order for humans to be around? No. You're basically going, well, earthquakes come from tectonics. We need the tectonics, so therefore we need the earthquakes. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because even a trivially powerful God would be able to make tectonics without earthquakes. Like, we understand that it's just a natural process that doesn't care about us, that's a side effect of these plates what they do naturally caused by convection currents in the earth pushing them around. We get that. But you can't point to that and go, then we need the earthquakes. Why?
I'm starting to think this God isn't very good at his job.
Yeah. But didn't somebody make a joke like that the God seems like like God left ages ago and it's just some bunch of interns or something that don't know what they're doing, so they're just flicking things at random kind of thing? I think it was Carlin.
For like at least 1,300 years. So what's going on?
No, Carlin was the one that sort of says that God, like, it doesn't seem very well designed, and if this is the best that a God can do, then that God would be out on his incompetent ass ages ago. He should be fired, basically.
Right. Where's the senior God? We need to talk to his God manager.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Since this doesn't make suffering go away, suffering still hurts. But I think at some point, even though suffering hurts, we all ask, why did this have to happen? Why did I have to get cancer?
Because it's not personal. It's not evil. It's just like mutations occur, and when things metastasize, cancer's your own cells. Like that's the difference between cancer and other stuff. It may be triggered by an external factor, but really the cancer is your own cells refusing to take orders from the rest of the body. It won't lyse itself when it should do, and continues to propagate in direct opposition to the orders to stop. So that's why cancer's such a dick. It's basically your own body turning against you. Now that may be triggered by external, radiation or chemicals or all kinds of things, but it isn't like a virus coming in. It's not a pathogen coming in. It is your own body, and cancer, get with the program, all right? Fucking asshole. If you're not going to work for the same side, seriously, leave the building. Get out of here. Like, fuck you for taking resources and not being on the team. Seriously, cancer needs to be fired immediately.
Right.
Immediately.
So multicellular organism thing only works if all the cells do their jobs.
Yep.
Fuck no. They didn't even read the goddamn manual. But you know what else is fucked up? Teratomas. I still don't know what the hell the deal is with those.
Aren't they like combinations of stuff that shouldn't have grown in that place, like teeth and hair and stuff like that?
Yeah, they're little cysts with like teeth and eyeballs and shit inside.
Yeah. Great design, by the way. Yeah, fantastic design.
I mean, if we need extra teeth and extra eyeballs, that would be great, but they're not in the most accessible place. Like, why? Why? What is happening? It's so fucking freaky. I don't like it, but I can't not think about it.
Well, it's just, if you understand evolution, it's because there isn't an optimal pattern in evolution. It's not like we get to humankind and we're like, oh, that's the optimal thing. That's the end result. There is no end result. And it will throw up, evolutionary processes will throw up all kinds of ridiculous stuff. And most of it is failures, right? Most of it is detrimental. Only for a few cases where it's incredibly beneficial for the organism. But it's not personal. It doesn't care about you, and it's not done maliciously. It is just a side effect of natural processes, which is what he's arguing for. That, hey, you get these side effects of natural processes. Like, for instance, the viruses or the cancer. It's like, yeah, natural processes have side effects. It's not a god, either allowing or stopping this thing or causing it or designing it or doing it is just natural processes. And that doesn't help when you're suffering. But it does mean that we have to help people who are suffering because, they didn't sin. It's not a punishment. It isn't the fall. It isn't some kind of cosmic karmic justice. And it could easily have happened to us. Easily. There's no reason why it couldn't have. Or there is a reason, but, not for an expressible one. It's just that's the way things unfolded. So, I think that it does promote it promotes a lot better cooperation, knowing that these things are natural and we've got to work together to overcome them than, oh, well, God put it in there for a good reason because he needed humans to exist and there's, nothing you can do about it. It's an emotional problem.
In a way, it is an emotional problem. All this justification is because of Dinesh having big fucking feels about his own insignificance in the universe.
Yeah, probably. I don't think that's the problem he's talking about because, reasons.
Why did this earthquake have to occur? And now there are ways today, in a way that was not available to Voltaire a couple centuries ago, ways to answer that question, and at the end of it, begin to see in a very small way, maybe a little better than Job, the intricate and wonderful wisdom of God.
Yeah, I think Voltaire understood that it wasn't a god. Like, he's trying to make it like, oh, Voltaire was saying that. No, Voltaire was not saying there was a god. He was kind of pointing to, this is just, like, Voltaire didn't know the processes, but I think he was aware that it was just a natural process, that there were no gods causing earthquakes. Earthquakes have been attributed to gods as far back as we can remember. Like, in ancient Greek days, they were attributed to Poseidon, who was called the Earth Shaker, right? Like, he would shake the earth kind of thing. So, it wasn't Poseidon. Voltaire knew it wasn't the god either. He's sort of saying, hey, why would a god do this to us? Just like we're asking, why would God do this to anybody? Or why would a God allow this to be done to somebody? It's the same thing. But I think we should call it there, Ems, if that's okay with you. We're kind of about halfway through, and we've just come to the end of Dinesh's opening. Sorry, Ems, I think you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
I was, yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Why does God allow that?
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I didn't realize their openings would be half of the damn debate, but okay. Yeah. 42:58. Alrighty.
Beautiful.
I have it noted.
Awesome. Yeah. So next week, what do you think of that? What are your thoughts? I would really like to know.
Not super impressed. I mean, Bart's case was fair, but nothing super special stood out. But there was a lot of unrelated stuff to talk about, as we often do. Dinesh, as always, was an unmitigated trash fire of nonsense, but
yeah,
also things to talk about.
Every time I see Dinesh, it's just like he kind of reminds me of Ken Hovind in sort of being slippery, right? Like, he sort of is dodging the whole question of why God allows this as sort of because he's basically going up against the premises, and I think Bart Ehrman outlined them very, very well. Okay, I think, if I nitpick, there's probably a couple of things you could have added in, but outlined them very well, right? There's this whole problem of where it breaches the argument of the problem of evil, basically that if he allows it, he's not omnibenevolent, unless, of course, that allowing it is the moral thing to do. He's morally correct for doing that. And then you've got to sort of say, hey, he's morally correct for inflicting an earthquake upon a huge city and having a ton of people die, which, okay, you can argue that, but I certainly wouldn't tell the people that have lost their loved ones that that's what you believe, and it kind of is repugnant to us, that someone would claim that that is the moral thing to have happened, that is the right thing to have happened. Always repugnant.
Earlier with the homeless people, like it's
right.
It's just evil to take people who are downtrodden and depressed and oppressed by the system and tell them God loves you when he clearly doesn't.
Yeah.
Either he doesn't exist or he hates you in particular. Neither one is a great message to tell those people.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I mean the whole story of Job is that God still loves Job, but like to me, the idea that you are using a person's misery and suffering to win a bet against, another entity is atrocious. Like that seems to be the most capricious, the most, trite and horrible way to use your power, is to make somebody's life a miserable, suffering agony in order to win a bet. That would be like,
The bet, totally notwithstanding, like that's a shitty motive, but Bart is kind of like, and Dinesh, he does nothing for this. While Dinesh is making the case that like natural evil is somehow a moral good because of necessities that God can't get around somehow, Bart's over here saying, fuck natural evil. God is going out of his way to cause unnecessary suffering.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason for this, and he's causing it.
Yeah. And I have to agree with that. I have to agree with Ehrman on a lot of what he said. I think he was very succinct, very good. I haven't seen a lot of Ehrman debates. Usually the sort of deep Bible debates where it's like, oh, did this prophecy do that? They don't really interest me that much. Like I don't get that deep into the Bible. I'm more about the philosophical side of things than the sort of minutiae of theology. But, when I have seen Bart Ehrman, he's been very impressive, and I think he's gotten a lot better over time. I think he's really very good. So now I want to convince Dr. Kipp to do debates, and I've never seen Dr. Kipp in a debate, and it's unconscionable. I now have to convince him. No, don't go hassling him, please. I am joking. Okay, don't hassle anybody who I say should debate, because but yeah, I think that Dinesh really didn't address the problem as it exists. He more just changed the problem so that God is constrained by natural law. And that's an issue. That violates one of the prongs of the problem, where you start to say, well, God had to make it with this suffering because he couldn't make humans otherwise. It's like, I'm sorry, he couldn't make humans otherwise without this level of suffering. Then God is constrained by natural laws, but he feels free to violate those natural laws if he chooses, right? Like Jesus died and then rose from the dead. He was supposed to be dead. There was a leper and he was going to suffer, and Jesus healed him. So he can violate the natural laws when he wants to. So your objection that he has to work with these natural laws, I mean, he brought it up. He said, I'll get to miracles and stuff in a bit. I can't help but feel that was planned to acknowledge that God isn't constrained by natural laws, but not actually get to the explanation. I think Dinesh is that slippery, and I bet that it'll never come up. Because if he's saying, hey, the natural laws had to be this way, which is what he's saying, right? With his violin analogy, oh, the violin has to be of this wood, it has to have these strings in order to get this effect. Well, that's the natural laws, right? The natural laws have to be this way to get the humans as they are now, right? Then he's basically saying that God can't change those natural laws, but he can, because in the Bible, he raises people from the dead, he multiplies loaves and fishes, he cures leprosy, he does all of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if raising people from the dead doesn't, I mean, also creation and also the flood and like all these different things. Random, but Kip has been in a couple of debates. I looked that up too. I can't help myself. Apparently, he was on the line 3 months ago doing the call-in debates with Aaron. Also, he did a year ago. He did a debate with a fellow named Joel Corrietico, I guess, over whether God commanded genocide. And that would have been a really good opportunity for him to promote his then upcoming book. Maybe he did. I don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he did that debate. And also he and Dr. Josh debated Gavin Ortland and Trent Horn, apparently,
Cool.
2 years ago.
Oh, this
And there's
looks like
probably others.
more of a discussion than an actual debate. I mean, I know. Look, I'm not gonna tell people what to name their stuff, but I feel like some debates are more just discussions instead of a proper, formal debate kind of thing. But that's okay. I'll forgive him because he's got weasel appeal. I'll forgive him.
It's true. He definitely gets all the weasels to come to his yard. The one
Absolutely.
about God commanding genocide is only 44 minutes long, so it's, I don't know. It might be in entertaining, but it'd be a very short one. We
Yeah,
might
fair
even
enough.
finish it in a single episode.
Do you think we could get Dr. Kip to come on if we did one of his debate reviews and sort of lured him with snacks and treats, maybe?
It's tricky because he loves to do his Bad Scripture Saturdays at
Oh,
the
that's
at the
true.
same time as
Yeah.
we often end up
Yeah.
rating. Sometimes
Yeah,
he takes
yeah.
a Saturday off, but when he does, it's because he wants a Saturday off. So we might have to do like
That's
a
true.
special day or something.
Well, we'll see how it goes. No promises. But yeah, I actually enjoyed that. I thought that Dinesh is ridiculous as always. Yeah, I thought that Bart Ehrman was great. I think that I don't know how you find it, and tell me in the comments if you find it good or bad or ugly or whatever. But I don't know. I don't like it when people really talk about their lives as as a debate, because really it does come down to anecdotal evidence. Like when you're sort of saying, "Hey, I used to be an atheist, and then I found that I couldn't justify this," or that kind of thing. I find that. I mean, I guess it's humanizing, sure, but I always find it to be, well, if you're being fair, that's like a, theist saying, hey, I used to be an atheist, and then I found that, there had to be purpose to the universe or something like that. I just don't feel it carries the weight that maybe it should. I often feel like, yeah, that could be left out, and you would be just as, if you put an actual rational argument in there, it would be better. But that's just my opinion. Disagree with me, that's fine. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I don't like it when they do that, not just because it's a weaker argument than if they put an argument in there. I also take points off because it's often included to be a manipulative tactic. It's meant to create an emotional connection rather than present rational reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, look, it's the thought experiment showing up in the
Yes.
chat there. Yeah.
Yes, head over and subscribe to the Thought Experiment debate. I'm working with the people there to try and get this up and running as our premier debate stream for atheists and people who are skeptics. So yeah, I think it's a really, really, really good cause. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do, and I will thank you and be very, very appreciative with my words and deeds. So yeah, and I should have some debates coming up. I'm working with them closely. They're fantastic. The crews there is just fantastic, and yeah, couldn't be happier with the way that they've conducted themselves. So do we have a link for that? Do we have a link? I should have a link. Give me 1 second.
I probably get one. It's not.
Well,
it's not
they're
hard.
also doing them on Skeptic Haven as well. I think until they get established. I'm not sure of what the plan is, but they're kind of associated with the Skeptic Haven guys. So
yeah,
yeah.
I don't want to out anyone. Not that I think it's that much of a secret, but the production staff are closely related. Shall we say?
Oh, is it like a Trinity kind of thing? They're one being, but two channels. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're
Kind
doing?
of, sort of. I mean, there are channels that Skeptic Haven has a relationship with that simulcast on both different channels, even though they're different production, like the deconversionists. Is that what it is?
Yes.
It's the unraveling thing. But it's also possible for Skeptic Haven people to do their own thing and simulcast on Skeptic Haven, or do a Skeptic Haven show where you simulcast on another channel. I tried to get a thing going for a little while where the show was based on a channel, and then people who co-hosted could also co-stream to their own channels, but only if they were on the show. And
Right.
it went okay for a few months, but
Yeah, it is a Skeptic Haven collab. Yeah, so we're putting it up there. I wonder if mine has gone up there. Oh, the one that I moderate with Jo has gone up, but our latest one hasn't gone up. So yeah, that should be fantastic. They did have 500 subscribers before they even had any content, which is a really good sign. Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, fantastic. So thank you so much to them. Any last things? What are you up to? Where are you? What are you going to get done? What's happening, Ember? I need to know.
Fuck should I know?
I don't know. I'm just asking you because I don't know.
A bunch of goodies. Yesterday, asterisk, I wound up doing a random live, and in the course of it, I was doing Red Pen Logic's Tim Barnett did a series of videos with one of those Christian worldview, the world is only 6,000 years old and the Bible is inerrant groups. They run a channel called What Would You Say? And he did a small series called Learn How to Think, but he doesn't mean think, because thinking is bad. Never think.
Oh.
What he means is THINK, which stand for things. Like H, for example, is hold it up to scripture. When someone makes a claim, evaluate the truth of the claim by holding it up to scripture. Don't think about it. Just compare it to the Bible.
Right, right.
So
it sounds like learn how to trust, basically. Learn how to just have faith.
Yeah, sort of. So I got through the first two. It was a shit ton of fun, so I want to do the other three. So I'm semi-planning a semi-random episode. It's tentatively scheduled for Monday, but it may move. It'll probably move because my health has been absolute shit. But on Friday, I'm doing my Day 900 celebration, which is Q&A flavored stuff. So if you have questions about trans and intersex people, that will be your best opportunity, because that's the main point of that show. I do try to answer questions when I can otherwise, but if I'm doing something, I'm not going to stop everything to answer a weird question, whereas this show is 4 questions. So bring me questions if you want.
Nice.
And then, of course, Saturday, Mark will be over at my place for part 2 of this show, my Saturday, obviously.
Yeah.
And I may do random lives whenever, as often happens. So yeah.
Nice. All the best. I hope that you had a great time. Nanocon. Now I took a couple of weeks off just for mental health and avoiding burnout, and just my wife reminded me I had been going like 3 years without a break in this. So I kind of went, I don't feel up to it, and she's like, you need a break. And actually, I was supposed to mention this at the start. The YouTube studio where we go to manage our little debacles here, it is saying that it's 5 years since I started, which is insane. That must have been like the first video or first thing posted. So yeah, I
make a channel and just not post anything to it for a long time. Like if you look at, say, Titan Uranus's channel, you'll find the one video that's a few years old now, but you'll find the channel itself will have a start date years before that.
Yeah, but I made this account ages ago. but I didn't post it. But it would have been way more than 5 years ago I've had this YouTube account. So I think. I don't know. Hang on. I'm going to go back and see what we got. Oh God, it's so much.
There's
what did
too
I do?
much. You know the problem, Mark.
Yeah, what's the problem? Oh yeah, no, I'm too educated. Yeah, why would you listen to somebody so educated? So, the problem is education. Yeah, that's the problem.
Blame public schools.
Says the fundamentalist. Christians. I'm too damn educated. You know what the funny thing is about that? We were discussing evolution, and I never went to school for biology or anything like it. I basically taught everything I know myself through listening to people and reading papers and, the ordinary way that you find stuff out. So I was never really, I mean, I was educated, but it wasn't formal education, right? I just listened to, Dr. Dan Cardinal, Dan Stone Cardinal, and people like that who knew what that, and Gutsick Gibbon and stuff like that, and Aaron Ra, and people that know what they're talking about. So, the funny thing is I'm not really educated in any formal sense on, the subject of evolution. I just, learnt a lot about it. That's all. Yeah, no, it was, my first live was 4 years ago. It was actually a live stream for Hades, like a game, and I called it Chthonic Thursdays.
Of course you did.
Of course I did, because why wouldn't I? What? I think that's hilarious.
I think so too.
Well, that sort of, like, I always sort of had that time, so it turned into my my member streams kind of thing, So yeah, maybe that's what I should call it from now on, Chthonic Thursdays. I like it. I like it. Anyway,
Bringing back the classics.
Yeah. Well, I want to give a big thank you to all of the people here, everybody that came. Thank you so much, Amber. It's always a pleasure, and I'm sorry I mistargeted it for the wrong time. I did fix it, but thank you so much. I also want to give a huge shout out to Jester or for his justification and his super chat. That's awesome. Thank you. We'll be back next time. Don't forget to go over to Ember's channel. Don't forget to be kind to yourself. If you are like having burnout and stuff, do something about it before it floors you, because I've been through burnout before. I've been through, absolutely falling apart. It's not fun. I guess one of the most powerful things is know thyself. Know when you need help, and don't feel like you're weak for asking. Everybody needs help. Everybody. Don't just let yourself suffer, because if you think about it, like if your best friend said, hey, I'm getting really stressed, really, everything's overwhelming, you'd be kind to your friend. Be kind to yourself in the same way. Treat yourself well, and be kind to others. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.
To what new horizons can we look now? Where are tomorrow's opportunities? The frontiers of the future are not on any map. But now, what's ahead of us?